Hmm. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. Okay. Mess of Airlines, U.S. Airlines, get Alcatraz. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. You dig? Okay. Yeah, man. We don't offer solutions. We offer solutions. Whoa, sorry. Hey, peace to the family. You in there? I gotta get my glasses. I can't even see anymore. Okay, my glasses right over there. Peace to you though. Peace to the family, man. Solution time. You dig? Solution. Who don't want solutions? Hey, by the way, we're gonna go to TikTok. Little in about. I'm gonna grab my coffee. Then we're gonna hit TikTok up. Give me a second. There's no soul leader. The code is the leader. There's no code leader. The code is the leader. Yeah. Solution time. And what I try to propagate is black excellence. I get it. Black excellence is not coveted, is not valuable in black Americans um, inner circles. I see that only the elite of us is like really on that black excellence. Everybody else is toxic on some crazy stuff. I look around and I see like the content that's going viral is straight toxic, straight. It is xenophobic. It is divisive. It's and these wild crazies are going after everybody. Tethers, white supremacists, FBA's, everybody, and they're in the wrong because this is what happens when you lead with emotions, and this is what happens when you let a reckless bunch of fools out here. This reminds me of like the five percenters. Some FBAs behave like five percenters. They the 5% doctrine what was a crazy doctrine that taught black Americans, right, that they are great no matter what. So they could be a crackhead, they can be a failed loser, scammer, but they're just great because they are born of God. And this really, me and my man was supposed to do a show on this. This really helped cause degeneracy in Black America. Obviously, other things played a factor, but doctrines like that, it stopped us from being great, like really being great. Like the Booker T. Washingtons, those type of people who actually put in the hard work. They didn't feel like, oh, I'm born melanated. I'm just God's people. No, they actually put the work in. So that type of doctrine, saying the black man is God, yeah, that doctrine has really stumped the growth of the black community because it made us feel like, hey, I don't gotta do a damn thing. The fact that I'm just born into get this godhood, I'm just greater than everybody on earth. So you got some people still feeling like that. Like you got some people feeling like I'm FBA, so I ain't gotta do it. Oh my god. Hey, my guy, you got guys feel like, hey, I'm FBA, so I ain't got to do anything now. I just could be FBA, and whatever I go and wherever I do, whatever I say is just valid. Nobody could tell me nothing. That is exactly a 5% lifestyle. 5% had no leaders. Everybody's the only. It's kind of like similar. So I kind of like see where that was going. So I try to get ahead of the curve. Like, you know what? Let me, because I've been in something like this. where it went crazy. You couldn't tell nobody nothing. Everybody was their own God, their own leader, and the code was the lessons, but nobody really respected the lessons because they decided what lessons they're gonna follow, which ones they not. Same thing with the code on code. People decide what code they're gonna follow and what code they not. But I was trying to warn people like, hey man, stop giving your attention to these tether channels, these white teacher privilege channels. I said, yo, because any publicity, these Pan-African channels, I said any publicity for them is good publicity. They don't care if you're in there crashing out, calling them names and debunking. They don't care about that. All they see is 4,000 people attending, 400 people attending. That's all they care about. And from there, that's enough motivation to keep the hate, to keep the HATE. That's enough rewards, because now they're getting paid, whatever. Um, yeah, I see one guy. I'm gonna say his name now. I was not saying his name before, but since everybody off code anyway. What's the dude name? One of Tariq Nasheed Bix's haters. Gavin. He got like a Spanish name. This dude content is literally just talking about Tariq Nasheed every day. And I seen the guy go from like 10 live viewers to 30 to 50 to 100. Now this dude up there with the best of them. And I see people sending cash apps. All yeah, get Tariq. like this channel is literally dedicated on just getting Tariq. And um worse than Moore's World TV because they take this guy a little more seriously because Moore's World TV be all over the place acting a fool. Gavin something, but this guy literally, I was over there just peeking to see what people saying nowadays. People sending like the dude is making a lifestyle of just attacking Tariq Nasheed. Not even FBAs, not even the collective, just Tariq Nasheed. So yeah, Morris World TV, obviously. You got a couple of these channels that's been doing it. So now I've been on record challenging both. I can direct you to actual comments on the videos like, oh man, pull up, pull up, pull up, pull up. Now, I'm a smaller channel than theirs. Don't know how. Well, I do know how. Like people don't respect. People don't really love each other. Like they don't really love their history. They like toxicity. Like they just want to feel good. I want to hear somebody call a Caribbean person a tether so I can feel good about myself. I want somebody to call a white tea person something name so I can feel good. I don't want to be informed. I don't want to be empowered. I don't want to know more about myself and my history. And the game white tea supremacy is really playing, not some fake Illuminati theory, but real Googleable Chat GPT history. Folks find no value in that at all. You teach that, everybody gone. Okay, and like I'm starting to see for the first time how easy it was for folks to cosplay because you don't care about your history anyway. They cosplaying as you cosplaying as them. Like a lot of FBs are giving off tether energy, like big time. And Gavin, I think his name is Gavin. So I said, you know what? Let me make a channel. So when I see these things going on, I said, let me make a channel called FBA News and Updates. I said, it seemed like my people is ready for some information, real history, real facts, real stuff. They can really arm themselves and get in these spaces really cause damage. Not call names, not be toxic, not be divisive, but get in these spaces and really debunk misinformation and educate our people. Like that was I thought I was gonna do that. So my first channel was called FBA Defensive Unit. Okay, because I think about not the Black Panther. I was giving respect to and homage to Deacons for Defense. Anybody know I promote them, I propagate them every chance I get, and I propagate. Nobody talks about them besides myself and maybe just myself. Robert F. Williams, right? Talk about him. Nobody. That's an unknown name in Black America. Black America did not know A. Philip Randall was FBA Spaces. Did not know that. FBA Spaces did not know Garvey was a scammer and didn't know to what degree until yours truly brought that there. Black, with only black people, everybody's cosplaying and manipulating the word. We didn't know that until I came into the spaces. Okay. X and them, ending them. That's the hyperselectivity on and on and on and on. Nobody even stands a chance over here with misinformation. You'll see when I plug in TikTok. So I'm thinking like, yeah, man, I'm going hard for the family, and I'm actually debunking big names in these spaces. Had Chaotic Truth pull up over here, cooked them, and a whole host of unks and Amara Squad and pseudo killer debunked them. You dig? Brother Reggie, I'm thinking like, yeah, man, I'm doing the work of the ancestors. You dig? My folks is really gonna appreciate this. No, they'll pull up when I start cussing people out. And I started noticing again. I always say I'm a pattern guy. I started seeing a pattern when I talk about some real stuff. Nobody pulls up. When I create a meme topic like, hey man, tethers get KO one by one. 200 folks, 300 folks is in it live. But if I make a video, anti-black crime bill and the double standard with the anti-Asian crime bill, nobody pulls up. We heard Ed Blum name before. We heard DEI programs. Nobody ever broke it down how that's happening. We were gassed about gerrymandering. Nobody ever. I don't know any channels that broke down gerrymandering step for step for step. Besides myself, Edward Blum. I actually explained how he's suing these DEI companies. It wasn't just simply, oh, the Trump administration has unemployed 200,000 black women. We see why they were unemployed. They were illegally hired. And do you know now I haven't talked to a lot, but people in person, I talked to 3 people in person who was really heavy on that topic, gaslighting. Oh, Trump unemployed 200. I mean, it was going hard. When I brought that back up to him recently, not one of them, when I said, hey, man, all those guys were legally hired, I thought I'd get some pushback. All 3 of those hardcore liberals just stay quiet. They remain quiet, like I was arresting them. So I'm like, wait, did they always know? Because these are combative people. These are belligerent people I'm talking to in real life. So when they just got quiet and conceited or acquiesced, I'm like, did they know the whole time and were just gaslighting, or did they not know? But the way I broke it down just makes too much sense for them to refute. I was like really, really confused right there. Like, I got no rebuttal here. I don't even know how to act. I was expecting some pushback so I can like go deeper. But yeah, man. So I realized, information like that. I mean, people just really find no interest and no value, and I'm starting to like all the research I did, all the statistics I see on Black Americans, this education, IQ, and then you got the fluff from white supremacy and tethers. When you combine all of that together, you dig, uh, trolling plus what you know for a fact, you like, you know what? Everything everybody say ain't false about us collectively. Like, there's some truth in this stuff. Like, yo, I mean, I'm on here for over a year talking certain things that's needed, that's important. I get people on a panel who come religiously. Then one day I just happen just to ask them, hey man, when I say X and M, can you break that down? Oh, nah, I can't really. What? So I've been saying this word for like a year straight, breaking it down, separating the words, parsing it, all that type of stuff. And you're telling me you can't break that down at all? Then I think about the stuff folks be saying about. It's like, you know what? Damn, it's a grown ass man. This ain't a little kid. So I'm like, yo, everything everybody's saying about us isn't necessarily false. So I'm like, okay, damn, I guess we back to that elitist mindset where only a few of us got what it takes and the rest of us just sheep. Yeah, I mean, that was a sad awakening that I had realized. I'm like, well, damn, you know what? I'm gonna start letting these these folks hold their own nuts when revenue pull up, or the latest tether pull up on the scene with some fake news. I'm gonna start coming to the rescue, and I'm gonna let these folks hold their own nuts. I see revenue in spaces ripping people apart, and they just cussing them out. Can't debunk none of his information. They just cussing them out. Oh, you tethered, yeah, blah 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 blah, mother. I'm like, look at these FBAs chimping out. They can't defeat one talking point that revenue introduced to them. All they could do is just call them names, and that's enough to get everybody. I mean, cussing him out. Grown ass women, grown ass men, just cussing him out. I'm like, damn, this is what I signed up for, to be attached to this type of behavior. I'm like, nah. My whole life, I stayed out of gangs and toxicity groups. I said, nah. I see exactly where it's going. This is going the direction of the 5%ers when I was in that thing. Man, the 5%ers, bro, dude, stay drunk, never working, but they are the truth because they're God. And that's how we going with this. Like, people really believe just because they're from the lineage, like nothing else matters. Like, they can say what they want, do what they want, be dumb as anybody want to be, and nobody can hold it, and say what they want, be disrespectful, be toxic, misrepresent, and nobody can say anything to them. Nobody can hold them accountable and say, "Hey, man, sis, fall back." Like, you kind of like giving us a black eye. Like, you kind of supporting some of the stereotypes out there that's on top of us as an HATE group, divisive, toxic. It's like, yo, I'm trying to have a conversation. I invite you up, and you don't really got to do all that. But people do that people really do that because they don't have information. Like, the people who cuss you out, they do it because they have no legitimate argument. So they just cuss you out. And other folks would chimp out and just punch you in the face. You dig? But those are the actions of people who don't have information, who don't have enough to defend whatever hole they done dug themselves in. How you doing, brother? They done got themselves in a conversation. They find themselves they're getting cooked by somebody, and then all they do now is just hurl insults. Like, yo, where's all that I mean, nothing's there. So I was like, yo, man, like, folks got to sit down, really. Like, they're on the internet popping it, find themselves in these intellectual discussions, dumb as bricks. I mean, and don't even invite us up. Don't even say, hey, man, you know what? Next show, pull back up. I'm gonna have Unbiased Ron here. I want you to talk to him. None of that. Like, these folks literally just try to covet whatever they have. Like, no, this is for me. Whoever knows me just gonna know me. I don't want them to know nobody else. Nobody more qualified. So anyway, so I say all that. I'm gonna add this there. So I noticed, not now. I noticed way back with BLM that we only chimp out when it's racial. If it ain't racial and the same action is being done, and the same Black Americans are either being deleted or being railroaded into the prison system unjustly, if it ain't a white person attached to that case, loud, we really don't give a F. Like, there are so many Black American men and women who are locked up for self-defense. Because I don't know if y'all know, but most times when you delete somebody, either justifiably or not, you typically claim um, self-defense. Like, it just makes sense. Nobody goes and say, "Yeah, Your Honor, I did it." Somebody's going to try to make up an excuse and say, "I had to. He was doing this. She was doing that." Most people, one more again, most people who delete somebody, family, their defense is either insanity or self-defense, by the way. Okay. So there's a lot of Black Americans who argue self-defense, The case was overwhelming, and they were locked up anyway. In spite of that, so 10 years, 15 years, you dig. And I'm gonna show you one. I talked about it briefly. Folks ain't want to listen. Hello, good. I'm gonna grab one of these pretzels. Yeah, folks ain't want to listen. So what I did was I actually found the case. I I found the case. Hold on, family. Get my coffee and pretzel. You dig? So I'm like, why everybody stuck on this case when there's cases out there that you'll get way further if you was to get behind it and bring national attention to it. Like these folks would be free tomorrow. I'm gonna show you a case in point. Over here, too. I'm gonna show you a case in point. Frigga? Yeah. So yeah, I got one for you. I got a case for you where um and man, this is one of many. And by the way, this should have got national support because it was on the first 48. I tell you guys, family, when I watch stuff, it's for educational purpose only. I had a friend mad at me. Now, by the way, I had these debates with police, was what to say, what not to say, with that man that called himself Stupid Peas, right? We were arguing this law thing, and he got cooked. He couldn't handle it. He took an L. So this, and I got hella views where I do reactions on interrogations, police stops, and even trials. Right? I've been doing this. Like people only get concerned when it's like this. It's and then guess what? A lot of these are not even racialized. Like people, I mean race based. The media racialize them. They never, if there's any interracial with crimes with the Chinese and white, Chinese and Arab, it's never nationalized. It's only when it's black and white. Whitey people gaslight you guys to chimp out and get out there and pretend that this is about race. For me, it's just a temperature check. They want to see if we still chimp out. All right. There's a couple other stories that they tried at too. I remember LeBron James had reacted to one too early because somebody seen from a cell phone image, and I'm telling you guys, if there's body cam image, the cell phone image should just get your attention, but you should never put all your eggs in on the cell phone because the cell phone is usually after the fact in some cases. It's not always before the fact. The body cam is supposedly on as soon as before the officer even make contact with anybody. You did. That's when the body cam. So you might want to wait for the body cam. But anyway, remember that one in Florida, I think it was, where there was a fight and then the police officer pulled up and then it looked like he prematurely deleted this black little girl for no reason. Well, not little, but she about 16, 17, 18. Everybody, they made it racial, like, oh, the police, the police. And then, now that was the cell phone camera. And I'll tell my chimping out friends like, y'all should wait till the body cam. You know what I mean? Y'all shouldn't be so emotionally charged that fast. Just wait. It just happened. They said it's body camera. Let's wait and see, get that first, and let's see, let's go from there. Nah, I seen enough. Dude, tell me, no, I seen enough. I'm like, dude, you seen one cell phone angle where footage where that could have been after the fact, like when it already was going down. Nah, I seen enough. Lo and behold, the body camera came out, and y'all remember the story. She had a KNIFE in her hand, and she cocked back to swing it on that girl, and the officer deleted her. When that footage came out, all of you chimps felt like nothing. LeBron James had to delete his tweet, but they already got it. Everybody overreacted because media always chimp you out. And it'd be the liberal media. The same media y'all claim, oh, I ain't no good. Are these liberals? They the same people that cause y'all chimp out every time. They hyper racialize issues and y'all chimp out 100% every time. Every time. Sometimes they got it right, sometimes they got it wrong, but every last one of them ain't exactly how the media portrays it. And sometimes the dude be in the wrong. Sometimes the sister be in the wrong, and they ain't gonna care either way. They're gonna blast. I know I ain't just do that. Let me see. Yeah, how do you? All right, I'm trying to charge up the speaker I got so y'all can hear the TikTok. Well, the TikTokers can hear y'all because so I bought another speaker yesterday. I got rinky dink speakers, man. All right. Some didn't work, some worked. All right, let me get started real fast because I gotta pick my son up in a second. All right, let me get started. Yeah, man, but they be gaslit on racially charged things only, and a lot of times there be some something to that. A lot of times it be a lot of times they do that to cover another story that's probably the real deal. You feel me? But they got that chimping out on something that they're gonna make super racialized. Okay. Okay, so that was it. All right, so I left the damn charger. All right, so that ain't gonna work. Okay. So I'm gonna give you a case in point what I'm talking about. Then I'm going to invite the TikTokers. This is one guy calling himself Black Akata. Oh man, I was doing him dirty on he ain't black. And I don't know why I invited somebody else on while he was there, and they kind of like derailed the conversation. All right, so before I go to TikTok, thank you for the super chat. Before I go to the TikTok, um, yeah, and I got something. Yeah, we got solutions. We don't deal with solutions. Solutions. We try to really get stuff narrowed down. Now the link's in the chat. And then folks are the true gaslighters. They try to pretend I changed. No, I'm the same guy. I said my name is Unbiased Ron. I don't know who you are. I say who I am. And I've been that ever since folks click the link to watch me. I ain't been nothing but unbiased. I don't know who the hell you guys supposed to be. But I ain't gonna stop being me because you're on the wrong side of history. Just like I ain't gonna stop being me because the Teth is on the wrong side of history, or because an FBA or Pan-African they're on the wrong side of history. So they want me to stop what I'm doing because I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to. You guys look funny, but I'm making money. See, yo, gather around. That's Humpty Hump. All right. Let me. What am I looking for? I found. Oh, my glasses. I got a gorilla glue the thing. The frame broke. I'm so damn mad, man. All right. Nah, yeah, Genuine said I'm the same OG. Yeah, Haitians. I was watching that. I might play some of that later. That the Haitians was taking credit. Oh my God. I think Tariq did a good job of, you know, shutting her up, but very, very disrespectful. Very disrespectful. And like he did a good job running down. I got some of my Haitian talking points, not all of them, but I got some. I got half my Haitian talking points from Tariq Nasheed. Especially, I didn't know that when they brag about the Louisiana Purchase, I didn't know that that expanded slavery for us. I thought he was capping because it sounded too like, nah, ain't no way in hell that was the case, and it was. I looked it up, like, wow, some things he be saying, it sounds like there's no way that's true, and it be true. Like, yo, yo, what is going on? Like, this stuff is really true. Like, wow, like folks really out here making the worst arguments and then get cooked. So all I do, because I'm a responsible journalist, I'm a responsible researcher, I listen to everybody. I don't just Tariq Nasheed only. No, I listen to Jason Black. I listen to Yvette Carnell Tone Talk. I listen to Dennis Sperling. I listen to Phil Scott, Richie sometimes, and I even expand outside of the lineage. I go to different people, see what they talking about, and I'm an explorer. I'm a journalist. I go out there and see what's out there, see what's the latest. You dig? Is anything so I can report the danger possibly coming towards us. You feel me? So yes, but some people just watch who they watch and that's it, and that's okay. I don't do that. Okay, so okay, I could use a laptop now. I don't have to use. Okay, so I'm gonna do what I normally do because I got to. I'm gonna use the laptop and one phone because lately I've been doing both phones. I've been like mobile driving and stuff, so I've been doing two phones live on one, TikTok the other, and live on YouTube one, TikTok and the other, and making it work that way. But today I actually can just use the laptop. A quick sign I'm on a laptop is you won't see a thumbnail. If you don't see a thumbnail, that means I'm on the laptop. Okay, so before I go to TikTok, let me show you guys what I mean. And I always was against black folks just wilding out because it's racialized. But every day we walk past, problem people all day long, and nobody's held accountable. It's like, yo, so nobody gonna say nothing about that rate. So we just gonna act like that doesn't exist, and we're gonna wait until a white T guy do something to us, and now we like, oh look, okay, and that's probably why the crack epidemic blew up because it was Jamaicans, people who look like us, flooding the neighborhoods. We didn't say anything. Now, if it was a pink dude with a suit on, we'd have been like, yo, pick those drugs up, man, get out of here with those drugs. Because it was a Jamaican who looked like us, be like, nah, you good. And that be the thing, man. Like folks are color struck and they're in denial. All right. People really only care when a white T person involved. If a white T person is not involved, you can do it how you please. Okay. So here is okay. Trying to see how I can. Oh, there we go. I expanded it. Okay. God damn. All right, so family, keep in mind. Oh, hold on. Keep in mind, it's gonna be a little blurry, but this is my finding. I watch hella Scorn, hella ID channel. I watch hella Judge Mathis, hella Law and Order, Criminal Minds. Like I'm somebody who was always into the cop shows, Horatio. You dig? All that, man. I stay watching even cops. I stay. And then what about NYPD? No. What was the PD Live. I think it's called PD Live. I was always the cop guy. I love cop movie. I just always did the cops, especially like the cop shows. CSI Miami. That's what it was with Horatio. Okay. So I want to introduce you to, and like I learn a lot from those shows. And what happens is I have a good memory. I will watch something from a show, so that's good information, and I just remember it forever. You dig? So this is one of them. So this was hella before the stuff we're talking about. Okay, so I want y'all to see my screen. Okay. Okay. So I want y'all to catch something. So for other guys, like we make up arguments for them. Oh, this person innocent because then we got conspiracy theories mixed in there. This ain't no conspiracy theory. This is a fact. Watch this. Come on. It's just gonna get bigger. Come on. There we go. Okay. All right. Let me just make sure. What are we doing here with this damn laptop? All right. Damn. This time is going by quick as crap. I hear it before I ain't gotta go. Oh, the speaker. So the speaker worked. Now the speaker works. All right, here we go. Check it out. Listen carefully. I made this video. This is my journalism. Check it out.
Juncho, he's almost trying to run away and he goes backwards to shoot at the victim? Yeah. Self-defense.
This is all self-defense.
Family, this ain't Black Americans making this argument. This ain't Willie D and a bunch of weirdos. This is the detectives looking at a black young man defending himself from getting jumped. They're looking at video. All the evidence there. They both said self-defense. The detective said on first 48, this is self-defense. But look how it plays out.
This bet would have been just to come into us and say, dude, this is attack.
Hold on.
The victim? Yeah. Self-defense.
This is all self-defense. His bet would have been just to come into us and say, dude, this is attack.
No, he don't got to come into y'all. I watched first 48. Other guys who did self-defense, and they ain't come to y'all either. Okay, but you know it's self-defense. You ain't got, and by the way, they did interrogate him. You ain't gotta charge the guy. If you know it's self-defense, then why do you give him a manslaughter charge? That's the issue people having. Watch this.
Self-defense shot him.
You want an attorney. But then
Wait,
there's that one time.
So one more time.
You were truly in fear of your life.
Wait, one more. Hey, slow down. So I want you to hear the last officer, the white bald guy, say it was self-defense, so he shot him. Listen.
This is all self-defense. His bet would have been just to come into us and say, dude, this attacked me, self-defense shot him.
You want an attorney. But then there's that one time when you were truly in fear of your life. It might be to your benefit to tell us why you shot him.
Well, okay, family, that made no sense. They see why he shot him. They see that he's getting jumped. That's why they called it self-defense. I ain't got to tell you nothing. You see it for yourself. You called it. Look, y'all ain't hear from me, and all of y'all said it's self-defense. You dig? Now, but they got him anyway. They could have just told him, like, hey, man, we seen the video. We know it's self-defense, but just walk us through what happened. Nope. Now this is called mass incarceration. Look.
Why did this shooting happen? I mean, was there a previous encounter between these?
It doesn't matter. They was jumping on him for no reason. Okay?
Guys? Or is this a gang thing? He's not talking to me right now, so we don't know why.
family, he was charged and sentenced to 10 years in prison because he said, I want to talk to my lawyer. I want to talk to y'all in the interrogation room. So he did the right thing. He didn't get no statements. And I want to talk to my lawyer. Now I want to talk to y'all. So they know it's self-defense. So they charged the guy with manslaughter. Now, you know his attorney got all the evidence, right? Because when the state has evidence, they're supposed to turn it over to your defense team. So now he probably just had a public defender, and it looks like the judicial system failed this man. This ain't no conspiracy theory. This ain't chimping out. This ain't making up things that didn't happen. This guy was literally getting jumped. The video's a little foggy, but the police officers acknowledged it. But this dude got sentenced to 10 years when he did nothing wrong. He stood his ground, but because it's black people jumping him, we don't care. Now I was talking about this. You guys start want to pull it up, huh? You guys want to find it. Nobody cares because the people he's pew were black. Okay? We don't want justice for ourselves unless it's a whitey person. But if it's a black person doing us wrong and we get caught up, we don't deserve justice. Oh well, just both y'all just go to jail. Like that seems to be the sentiment. Now I'm gonna read some of the comments. So when I hear people on the internet chipping out, and I know stuff like this, yeah, it bothers me. He asked what's wrong with me. That's what's wrong with me right there. To me, Black American lives matter. FBA lives matter. Whether you defend yourself against a white T person or a Black American man, your life matters. You need justice. I don't selectively pick who needs justice because the opponent was white T. It's not no team. It's us versus them. When it's us doing it to each other, that's just collateral damage. That's just friendly fire. It only counts when white T people do it. Now, I'm gonna read the comments to that. Okay. Now, this is crazy. Now, I haven't did a an update. Maybe the Fair Sentencing Act people got him up out of there. I don't know. Maybe they didn't. You dig? But what I do know is that my laptop not working again. It's not. It's having this battery issue, man. It's like my other laptop is in the store, and the dudes don't speak English. Well, the one chick was Arab; she spoke English, but the dude that was working there don't speak English. He like, yeah, bring it in. I'm like, it's already in there, man. I'm calling for update. No, bring it in, bro. It's already in there. No, okay, bring it in. He tried to give me the address. I just banged on him. All right. So now let's get the TikTokers in here. All right. And I'm gonna read the comments. Peace to the family. And I'm gonna read the comments. So that right there is what pissed me off. Right there. That's why I'm talking. I talk. That's why I'm unapologetic. That right there. Because I watched that. I watched that way before there was a Carmelo, and I was upset. I did 3 lives on that, family. I did 3 lives on that. None of y'all, nobody took that and made something out of it. Nobody. Jason Black, Tariq, Afro-Latinx, nobody took that and made something out of it. I was so mad when I watched that video. I'm like, wait a minute, that ain't self-defense. You just said it was. So why is he going to prison? Why'd you even charge the guy? You said it was self-defense. Why charge? Self-defense means not manslaughter. Manslaughter means not self-defense. They both can exist. They both cannot exist in the same room. It's either manslaughter or self-defense. It can't be self-defense manslaughter. So now this is blind justice. No, this is non-blind justice. This is the justice got Versace shades on. They can see through them. They ain't got the blue blockers on. That was non-blind justice. Facts. There's no debate here. So what I would do if I was on the internet debating people and they try to bring up case and out all these different cases that's not the same, I'll bring up this. I'll bring up this. Sir, ma'am, the person who's acting like we're always wrong and is always excuse, I'll bring this up. Okay, so why did he do 10? He did self-defense, right? Self-defense. Okay, so why he do 10? See, now this right here, this case, nobody can explain this one away. That's how I debate. That's why I'm always winning. I don't have trouble like you guys. When I debate, I give a complete, solid argument. Okay, the judicial system ain't biased, racially biased, ethnically biased. Okay, let's check this out. Let's check this out. Talk to me. Explain this. Explain this. Can't do it, can you? But we get hyped up and we get emotionally charged over racialized ones that the media want us to focus on. Meanwhile, there's thousands of cases like that that's happening every day, B. And we don't care because we're sidetracked, we're emotionally charged, we start chimping out. Okay? Thousands of men like that guy right there is in jail for self-defense. You know why? Because I told you guys are idiots. I said crime is not really interracial. It's really intra-racial crime. That means black on black, white on white, Asian on Asian, Spanish on Spanish. So when you're defending yourself by using deadly force, it's going to be normally against another black man or woman. That don't make sense. Crime, deadly crime, is usually intraracial. That means black on black deadly crime. Okay? So if a black man, black woman have a license to carry, concealed or unconcealed, most likely black man, black woman, you will be defending your life against another black man, black woman. Do you know that now? Because most deadly crime is intraracial. Those whitey people who arm themselves up and get all crazy, most likely, you're gonna be defending your life against another whitey guy. You think it's us, right? Because you believe the hype as well, but it ain't gonna be us. That Latino guy, yeah, most likely you'll be defending your life against another Latino guy. It ain't what you think it is. Don't believe the hype. There's a song called "Don't Believe the Hype." You're armed right now. Any of y'all armed? Just know that most likely 9.9 times out of 10, when you fire that weapon, it will be against another person looking like you. But you're gaslit to buy weapons because it's fake race crime, this racial war. It's not happening. It's been an intra-racial war all this long, never an interracial war. But I know that don't make sense. That's too deep for some people. Gotcha. I'm not gonna dumb it down for the slow folks. We ain't doing that. We ain't dumbing nothing down for the slow folks. So I'm gonna read the comments to that as I merge. Oh my God. TikTok, man, to be blasting music on you. So I'm going to okay. Oh my God. Just be blasting TikTok. Just all right. Okay. So I know that don't make what I just said don't make any sense. Okay, I got you. It's all good, baby, because it was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Okay. Here we are. Come on. Phone slow as crap. Come on, phone. Trying to go live here. All right, here we go. It's fine, loaded up. Now, I'm going to share my screen. We're going to read. Where my glasses at? We're going to read the comment section together. All right. That's what I do. When I watch these shows, people watch for entertainment. Oh, look. Love. Look, think about the shows. First 48. That's normally just black on black crime. And where are we? We're in front of that TV. We just loving it. Popcorn. Love hearing about our own being deleted by our own. You dig? Or allegedly our own. They look like us, but according to us, we don't know any better. So to us, it's our own. Yeah, thank you, World Chatters. Makes the most sense. But nobody's saying that. Everybody's gaslit to believe there's a racial war when there's been an intra racial war this whole time. If you're buying a weapon, you're probably never going to use that versus against somebody outside of your ethnic group, let alone racial group. It's going to be somebody who look like you. So like that, you got to wire your brain that much. Like you're gonna have if you have any body, it's gonna be a Black American body. You know that, right? You're adding to the homicide rate, the black on black crime rate. When you buy that weapon and you say, "I'm gonna protect myself," okay, it's gonna be against somebody who looks like you and probably part of your ethnic group. I know. Sometimes I really do be the smartest person in the room, and I just gotta pop my collar to that. Okay, so let me go here. So now I'm gonna read the comments to that. You got me? Once I found I did with the video. Okay, I found it. Okay. Okay, so let me go ahead and wait. Where's the damn comments? Okay. So how many comments there are? It's a lot of comments. Hold on, let me see how many comments. So there's 616 comments, as you might expect. A Black American man get railroaded that blatantly. God, nobody says one word. A man doing 10 years for no reason. Dude was legally justified in deleting the other guy because he was really being jumped, not no internet spoof. Video shows it, and the detectives admitted, but he's being jumped. And they both said it's self-defense. They still charged the man with manslaughter, and he got convicted of 10 years. Not one peep out of anybody who say they're black. Not one peep. And to me, it's an obvious reason. He ain't white. He ain't white. It's an obvious reason. Okay, so where are my glasses? We're gonna read these comments. Okay, we're gonna read these comments. All right, my glasses. Okay, so the first one, the one I replied to, it says the dude who pew pewed in self-defense deserve a retrial. He said, look. The dude who pew pewed in self-defense deserves a retrial and to have all charges dismissed. He was minding his own business when he was attacked. He pew pewed in self-defense and ran. For him to get 10 years clearly illustrates the greater issue of systematic racism. Okay, no, I'm sorry, I got it wrong. No, he got it wrong. This ain't systematic. This is systemic racism. There's a big difference. I'll break that down. Systematic is when you have the laws written right there in front of you to read, like whites only. That's systematic racism. Systemic racism is more covert. So this ain't. He got that wrong. This ain't systematic racism. It's systemic racism. Yeah, I do that. I'm an educator. All right. So inherent within our functioning reality. Look. So I said self-defense equals 10 years. No stand his ground. All right. So it said the detective was hinting so hard for him to say self-defense. You don't gotta say self-defense, my guy. Let me now. I'm inviting to some of these whitey people. White charged with man manslaughter when they admitted he was justified. Now, I want to get a white T person over here so they could chimp out because I want them to break this down for me. So I highlight that comment. I could tell people are going to say that a lot. So this is the justification. This is white T people not wanting. Now, again, this ain't every last white T person, but this will be a response, a common response from white T people because they don't want to admit that systemic racism is here and it disfavors Black Americans specifically. So they're going to keep, oh, you got to comply. Yeah, but the ICE guy should comply too, right? He's illegally here. They have a warrant and they have a mandation to lock that man up, and you ain't letting him comply. You're blocking him from complying. Okay, you see all that just comply stuff that's out the door. Karens don't gotta comply no more. Okay, it says free little homie. John Trail is self-defense for sure. God bless you, bro. So, family, this is so clear. I mean, I just can't believe that it said 10 years. I thought it was going to say, because sometimes it does say charges drop, right? But these be for like the guys who don't really commit the crime. They just friends with them, right? So I was really believing that they was going to say charges drop. I'm so glad I wasn't eating or drinking because I would have probably choked to death. When I seen convicted 10 years, I just cannot believe that was real. I said, nah, ain't no way in hell he got convicted after they said it was self-defense. The detectives themselves, as they're doing their investigation, they said it's self-defense and then charged the man for manslaughter, and he got convicted for 10 years. He most likely had a public defender. Okay, because I could have represented him and he would have it have got dropped, dismissed. He was better off just, to be honest, that was the one time I would have encouraged a man or woman to represent themselves. That would have been the first time I'd be like, yo, public defender, do it yourself, bro. Because all the evidence is there, my guy. Now, had we known about this, I'd have been the first person to donate to his GoFundMe. Throw him $150. You know, I'm one person, 20 people do that. He gonna make bail for sure. He could get a good lawyer. You dig? That man does not belong in no damn prison. So it says this fool could have pled self-defense. He must have one of the worst lawyers. So now look, look. Look at the years, family. That comment was six years ago. Okay, so now they're blaming the guy. They're saying, hey, he should plead. Family, you don't plead something like the judge could throw it out, accept it. This was a clear case. The district attorney, should have never accepted this case. You know, DAs could turn down cases, right? They could look at a case and say, nah, nope. This case should have never been tried. And folks are blaming the guy who got railroaded. Let me see. This is YN. Yeah, look. I highly doubt if this guy is foundational. Okay. Let me just paste my regular comment in there. I'm gonna try to bait somebody to chimp out, and I'm gonna cook them on this one. 9 times out of 10, you want an attorney. Try 10 times out of 10. I mean, that sad when the streets are so bad, you got to do a dime for protecting yourself. Stupid comments. He's justified. He's in a state where self-defense is welcomed. Okay. Nah, you can never know how the police are going to take things. If you are in that situation, you always want an attorney before you speak to the police. He made the right call. Right. 399 likes. He made the right call. That case should have never been tried. I mean, like the district attorney should be fired. Those police officers should be fired. And we, Black America, we need an Ed Blum. We need a Black American FBA Ed Blum. My son 4, it looks like I might be gearing him to be that Ed Blunt, man, to go around suing places like this, suing cities like this, states and police departments like this. This is clear cut injustice, racism, and this is why we say we need an anti-black crime bill. This is the reason right here. But none of y'all want that. Y'all want to just argue online and listen to toxicity. It says, so by you not turning himself in looks more guilty. How is that so when he actually is? Look, he said, how is that so when it's actually on video? I'm sorry, but the cops and prosecutors just love to throw dirt on people whenever possible, right? Yo, listen, we know if that dude was not Black American, he would have never even been called in. They'd have called him on the phone, like, hey man, can you just give us a testimony real fast? Like we got everything on video. You dig? That was a lie. Detectives said the longer he stays away, the more guilty he looks. What? Does that make sense? She already said he has a clear out self-defense happening. So because I don't come, it makes me, what you mean? Ma'am, you cleared me for any guiltiness when you said it's self-defense. Like I said, I can't be the smartest person in every room. Somebody else got to be on my level. Look, 10 times out of 10, when you are getting questioned by the police, you always get a lawyer. There are shady cops out there that will just get you to admit something without you ever. Look, dude was still not old enough to legally own a pistol at 20 years old, but him not talking is probably that's stupid. Look, here we go. That is completely ridiculous. The detective should have waited and spoken with him. She just shoved him through the system. Should have pled guilty to carrying concealed weapon, and that is that. Okay? Unless I'm missing something, those detectives were full of it. I don't understand how he got 10 years when y'all all watched the video and stated self-defense. Where is the Black American community? Read, it ain't me, the comments. This man was 20 years old. Let me read that comment one more time, family. This is damn, my glasses ain't working. This is a Life Junkies World. Unless I'm missing something, those detectives were full of it. I don't understand how he got 10 years when he said y'all, I mean one more time. I don't understand how he got 10 years when the detectives watched the video and stated he defended himself legally. Like he said, he was minding his own business and these fools ran up on him. Overzealous DA and prosecutor combined with incompetent lawyer got him 10 years for self-defense. Of course, his life was in danger being assaulted by two people. The travesty about this is the fact that they got the whole thing on camera, family. This ain't no Carmelo case. They got everything on camera. We all watched it together. This was on First 48. The detectives watched the video. We watched the video, and everybody concluded this is self-defense. And they still charged that man with manslaughter, and he got convicted for 10 years. Look. How can you look guilty with proof of innocence? That makes no sense, family. Oh my God. I'm so glad there's other smart, responsible people in the world. Oh, the longer he stays out away from the detectives, the more he looks guilty. Ma'am, you got his entire story on camera. They could have literally dropped off a letter at his. Now, by the way, family, they know who the guy is because they arrested him, obviously. They did not have to talk to this guy. But listen, what I'm saying is all the evidence they got, they had to, what's the proper word? They had to give it to the DA, right? The state. Then your lawyer can look at the state's evidence. There's no way it should have made it that far. But as soon as his lawyer would have seen the video and got the detective's comment saying it's self-defense, how the hell how's he doing prison time? Okay, other folks just saying, look, other folks, look, it's a white guy. Look, okay, look, these white T people are saying things that's not even the point. Never ever talk to the cops without an attorney present for any reason, no matter what. You know your rights, bro. Why is he in prison, my guy? Nobody's talking about that. He didn't talk to nobody, my guy. He did ask for an attorney, and it cost him 10 years. Okay, look. This who is this? It's a black woman. Okay, so we got Zychanta Fraser. What's she gonna say? She said they gave him 10 years for self-defense. Wow. Prime example of injustice. The title of this case is called self-defense, but they turned around and charged him with manslaughter. Brothers, that's what I'm saying. I'm currently in school to defend y'all to the best of my ability. Okay, so now I gotta invite her on here. This was 6 years ago, so she might be a lawyer by now. Yeah, I want her on here. Matter of fact, I want everybody who said something positive, who had a common sense, to hop on this panel. All right. Let me invite as many people as possible. Ready. But again, because the people were not white T, I love TikTok shot, nobody cares. Nobody cares. When I say nobody, Black American FBAs don't care. He has to have it with a white T person. And then Black Americans care now. So I'll say it one more time. Violent crime, okay? Where it is intraracial. Y'all got to stop watching TV. Y'all got to get off the net. There's no reality of a white T on black, black on white T, Spanish on white T on white. No. The reality is the same ethnic group deletes the same ethnic group. So when you go get a gun to protect yourself, nine times out of 10, you will be deleting somebody who looks like you. Okay? That is the FBI stat. That's every ethnic group, that's every race. You're going to only defend yourself against your own. There ain't no Jason Voorhees, ain't no Freddy Krueger or this psycho white T guy right there that you think you're going to live out your fantasy. No, sir. No, ma'am. You get a weapon, most likely you're deleting your own. White T people also, when they be carrying around acting like they James Bond, most likely they're going to delete themselves or a police officer, because they always chimping out on police officers. Okay, let's go further. So I'm trying to invite these guys to my lives. We could talk about this case. Now, this was on national TV. And nobody cares because it wasn't racial. There's so many Black American men in prison for defending themselves. Oh, yeah. So now think about that. Look what I said. I said 9 times out of 10. 9 times out of 10. If you're forced to deadly defend yourself, it's going to be somebody who looks like you. Right? That's a fact. Okay. So now, if I defend myself against a guy who looks like me, and my self-defense, and I lose, I'm going to prison. When I justifiably defended myself, just like this guy right here. This guy right here, the detectives admitted this was self-defense. He did nothing wrong. They still charged him, gave him 10 years. So what I'm saying, family, if 9 times out of 10, we're going to defend our lives against another Black American, that means a lot of us are in prison for self-defense when it wasn't when it was actually self-defense, or we copped the plea, because most self-defense arguments you cop a plea, most of them in the cop plea. So can you imagine that? We got this FBA woman guy chimping out, causing us harm, daily harm, force our hand, we delete that person, and we get charged. Where a lot of us can't afford a lawyer, so we just cop out. And we're doing time because some fool chimped out, caused us to delete them, and now we're in prison for 10 years. This is what goes on in Black America that nobody wants to admit to because it ain't racialized. So we don't care. Okay. Let me read some more comments. It says, okay, so next comment. It says, this man would have got 5 years at least just for the gun he had. So there's that. I don't even know what they're talking about. If he would have just came forward from the jump, he would have never been convicted of manslaughter and would have walked. But I'm guessing he don't like cops much. That has nothing to do. Look, this is a chimping out whitey person. I can tell. You don't gotta come forward when the evidence says I'm innocent. Not coming forward doesn't make me guilty. When the evidence speaks that I'm innocent, not coming forward doesn't make the evidence magically say I'm guilty. So that's just goofy logic. Well, considering they already got a mugshot of him in an orange jumpsuit, chances are he's got a criminal history and should have been carrying a gun. Okay, they're running for the point. Then charge him with the gun, then, not manslaughter. So I'm gonna invite all these people on. I'm gonna try. He's smart to get an attorney first. She was just trying to help him out. No, she wasn't. She was not trying to help him out. And this person's name is Black something. Now we know most likely ain't Black. Okay, some cosplaying foreigner. This detective inked my nerve to the point of no return. Right. But nobody, people act like they didn't see what they just seen. Look, another person said, yeah, that's how you get wrongly convicted. So there was outrage. There's 600 and something comments. There was outrage, but because it wasn't racialized, because the people he deleted were not whitey, Black America felt like he wasn't due justice. Look. Lucky says this. Lucky said, wait, what? He's guilty? Wow. Running also means you are scared and not guilty as well. Look, he said, wait, what? Or she? Let me see. She or he? He said, wait, what? I'm telling you, if y'all watch this case and y'all had an honest heart, you're like, yo, how the hell is he convicted? You just said he was innocent of self-defense. Look, next comment. What's sad is the justice system. If he was pale, he would have got off. This world is exactly as the Bible states. You see? Because it was not racially charged, Black America is like, oh, well. The victim's mate looked like he had a GUN as well. That don't matter. Look, John Trail didn't deserve time. Like this is the consensus, by the way. Y'all didn't pick that up. The detective's own self said the dude was innocent. He so could have gotten away with it if he had to come forward. Stop. You don't got to come forward. Not coming forward doesn't make the evidence say you're guilty. This is dumb logic. Sorry, TikTok shop, I love you. This is silly, irresponsible logic, and I want to invite these folks on. I want the people that says he should have came forward to call in. Ma'am, what finds you guilty? Not coming forward or evidence against you? How do jurors convict? Don't they supposed to base it off evidence that's against you, that shows that you completely without, remember, reasonable doubt, family. Beyond reasonable doubt. They got to prove their case. And they said the dude got 10 years. They got to prove a beyond reasonable doubt case, family. There's all doubt in that video. The detectives gave the main doubt. They all did. Okay. So now, next comment. Let me get it straight. Two guys walk up to you. Hold on, let me read this whole thing. So let me get this straight. Two guys walk up to you and get to punching you out of nowhere. You up a banger and start sparking and delete one and could have possibly deleted the other person. Okay, now this person is, yeah, I gotta tell them that they're missing something because most people do not know self-defense, right? And don't know that you don't got to claim it. If it's actually self-defense, if the detectives determine that, then there should not be a charge. Remember, detectives investigate, and when they think you're guilty, they'll charge you. If they think you're innocent, they're not supposed to charge you. So why was he charged if they believed he was innocent? This is goofy logic that they're doing. And I want to bait somebody to hop on. If nothing else, he should have been charged for being a felon in possession of a weapon, not manslaughter. But the system always make a bad situation worse, all because they trying to get a good conviction. Young men charge your mindset is more to life than negativity. All right, this old Christian lady, bless her heart. Let me invite her on as well. If he didn't run and avoid cops, he would have been fine. Okay, this person is this person is like, most of these people are whitey people because unbeknownst to me, like there's this racial war between people on the net, blacks and whites. Okay, so now look, next comment. It says they got video of this man clearly being jumped and defending himself, and he still gets 10 years. I'm telling you, this is the worst case. If we want to talk about um, somebody's justice, we're gonna start with this guy before anybody else. Next comment. That's ridiculous. They can clearly see on camera, clear as day, that it's self-defense. They should let that man go whether he talked or not. Told you. This ain't me just, I don't do what y'all do. Get emotionally charged and emotionally appealed. No, I look at the facts. I separate emotion from facts. Next one. This broke my heart. And she knew that the man was defending himself. She could have worked with him. I bet the man that got deleted family thinks that man deserves to be in jail when their loved one caused his own demise. Right. She spelled that wrong, but got you. Got you. Yo, where's the black Akata, man? If you're in the building, invite yourself back up. Look, the next person said, I would get an appeal because everybody knows what's wrong. Like this is not even debatable. Like we're arguing cases that are debatable. This ain't debatable. But there's nobody talking about this guy. If the police think it is self-defense, how do they go from that to having this guy tried and convicted for second-degree manslaughter? Exactly. Like y'all gotta know how to pick fights, man. And this is why I'm like one of the only undefeated debaters online because I don't argue stuff that I could possibly lose. Like I make sure if I'm on a case, I'm on a topic, I'm on a subject. Oh, I'm cleaning somebody. I'm mopping somebody up. When I say the only black people on earth are foundation black Americans, island folks, Haitians, and Africans aren't black, I'm not going to say that unless I can prove it. Because the world now thinks they are black. You did because of all the cosplaying. So I wouldn't take that position unless I know my argument is Teflon, which it is. Anybody can invite themselves up and get cooked. It's understandable that he's not going to think that the cops are going to help him with a self-defense plea. I hope the Innocence Project finds this case and look at the comments. I hope the Innocence Project finds this case and he gets a nice settlement. The lady clearly stated that he was justifiably afraid for his life. And because he didn't tell his story, because all they were going to do is try to trip him up and make it seem like, and he was smart. Now I don't want to talk to y'all. They punished him because he didn't want to talk to them. 10 years? when he could have just told them straight up what happened. Shaking my head. Okay, but you're not obligated. I see, family. These are weirdos who are most likely criminals themselves or got an IQ of a damn teddy bear. You're not obligated to tell detectives anything in the interrogation room. Matter of fact, most counsel would say don't go in there. Not without them. If it was self-defense, why they look for him like he was a hey, yo, look. Hey family, I'm telling you, you're reading the comments. If it was self-defense, why they look like him like he was the leader? They tracked this dude down like he did it. So yeah, now he feeling like I did it. I mean, he feeling like he's feeling like you're gonna charge me as though I did it. So I don't want to talk. I'm not trying to convict myself. You dig? The dude probably got a felon. Like so he's been tricked before. Now I'm good. They was gonna jump him, and homeboy got clapped. Case closed. Right? Self defense. Self defense. And I want to get all these people as much as possible on my live to talk about this because um, this is crazy. Poor dude, defend yourself and still end up with 10 years. Hopefully he stays strong in there. He shouldn't be in there at all. He actually seemed like an okay guy. Yeah, good guy. How you going to arrest somebody who was defending himself? I'm saying, yeah, family, this is the argument, not the chimping out you were doing a couple days ago. This is the case. Pick the right cases and pick the stronger cases and then come back to a weaker case and then try your luck there. It's crazy how they charge someone, but seeing he was defending himself. This is everybody just saying the same thing, and they're not going crazy. Okay? This happened on First 48, a national televised Swazi. Hold on. Hold on. I got 40 minutes left. All right. Okay. Let's get it. Even in self-defense situations, never talk to them. Get a lawyer. Right. That's common sense, man. Just in a previous video, one of the detectives said, video don't lie. And they still railroaded this guy. In this world, everything has loopholes. Even the street code got loopholes. Sometimes you get caught and pay with your life. Sometimes you get away. Hey, I don't know what he's talking about, but this was Minnesota isn't a stand your ground state. Rather, it's a duty to retreat state, which means that you must. No. Okay, no. Okay, now this is a person who just talking. The detective. If you, listen, now Casanova might be a Karen. Um, the detectives said he had the right to do what he had. Okay, for TikTokers who ain't see the video, we all watched it together on YouTube because it's on the First 48. They got video of the assault. They got video of the self-defense. All the detectives in the room said they concluded this was self-defense. All of them. Not one said, "Oh no, oh my God, no, that was wrong." They all said, from what they can see, this is self-defense. He's minding his business, walking. Two bullies jumped all over him. He whipped out and handled his business like John Wick. And the detective said, "Hey man, this is self-defense. He got jumped. He protected himself. He lived. One of them didn't. Oh well." So it ain't that. The stupidest thing I've ever seen. How do you lose a self-defense case and you got 10 years? Is the okay? Everybody keeps talking about the lawyer. Now these are people. Now these are low IQ people that don't understand. The DA don't have to take the case. Was a look when it's a clear case, you don't gotta take it. They don't take every case presented to them. They see it got weaknesses and loopholes, and now I'm good. Nope. Charges drop. That happens all the time. And people keep saying you want an attorney. He doesn't need one. The case should have never been picked up. This is clear self-defense. The DA seen it. The detectives already admitted it. So if it's self-defense, it should never got picked up as manslaughter. What are we talking about? Now look at super bad. We need to do something to get this young man free. This is a case where the attorneys, the judge, and the justice system has blatantly failed its citizens. If I knew what to do, I'd help him, but I don't. I'm sure someone does. No, you got a voice. You can help. This is the case that we should have been behind in the first place. Those police folks were so chill. I want to what that yeah, that's a um, look, 10 years for defending yourself at a bus stop. I'm telling you, man, this is a clear-cut case of a black man getting railroaded. It said they must prove he was there to meet up with on some beef. They got it. So like they're a family. They want this guy to talk. Why would you talk to a lawyer when you're the leader or suspect? They only make an argument for the state. Why would you talk? Like the comment said, why would you talk so they could give you a narrative, get a state a better case? Oh, see, they were this was gang related, and they were going there, and he knew they'd be off the bus. See, no, you don't do that. Then it ain't self defense. You be quiet. Then it ain't self defense. Look, they grossly overcharged here. That's messed up. See, the consensus is in. Everybody know that this was a wrongful conviction. Buddy should have never been. This is so not fair. It was so self defense. This is a legitimate, uncontroversial self defense claim right here. Innocent. Okay, whatever. Hats off to him. What are they talking about? They seen the tape and still gave the man 10 years. I'm telling you, that's what people need to be saying. If you're not saying that, you're just chimping out. If you're not focused on the injustice part, you just focus on, oh man, good job. He asked for a lawyer. What are you talking about? I don't know the situation. Yes, you do, because you just heard the situation. Let me get you out of it. How can it make him look guilty when y'all have all the proof? The best proof is the video. How can you look more guilty when you have video proof in front of you? Shows. All right, so I'm gonna end it. Okay, last one. I'm lost. How do you charge someone with self-defense? He says, I'm lost. How do you charge someone with self-defense evidence? I'm telling you, man, look, people who know, and people who are goofy just don't know. And I'm usually talking to the goofies. I'm usually talking to the goofies online. Everybody's a rocket scientist until it's time to invite yourself up or click that link to come talk to an OG. Everybody, look, 10 years for self-defense. He said WTF? Everybody got the answer, Sway, until it's time to test your information. When I say click that link or invite yourself up, nobody does. Okay. I think I made my case. So I'll be upset. I'll be upset at things like that, not controversial cases where it looks bad for you because you did something wrong. And no. That was clear. You dig? That was clear. So Carlos Magnus said, "Good afternoon, peace to you." Lord Business says, "Most black people know most of your black people." Harv said, "Who cares about what others think?" I can't the heart in my way. I'll read it in a second. Don't put your lost family members on all black Americans. Who is they? The people in your family. Yeah, I don't even know. When the shooting starts, 13% gone, be 2% in a month. I don't know what people are saying. We care but don't know because it was black people. If it's not interracial crime, it is then. Yeah, exactly. It's only this case would have been huge had, but it wasn't interracial crime, but it had something to do with race because he was railroaded by white people, detectives, DA, and a damn judge, and his lawyer. We're talking about Carmelo's lawyer was bad. How bad is his lawyer? The dude had video evidence of his innocence and still got convicted of 10 years. Okay, so Harv said, who cares about what others think? Blacks need to be on their plan and purpose. Facts. Facts. So I let people yap on the net, yap, and everybody's a scholar until they got to click that link. Everybody's a scholar until on TikTok they invite themselves up. Everybody's a scholar until it's time to talk to one. And then they just chimp out, get all emotional, can't have a decent, honest, legal conversation about law, right? We're talking about law. We're talking about court, charges, verdict, guilty, jury, judges, right? Lawyers, right. Yeah, it's a law conversation. The law conversation. Yeah, why am I even right here? Yeah, my. Oh, I don't hear. Oh, that's okay. Cool. Oh, let me run to that spot downtown and see what they doing with my laptop. The dude spoke no English. I'm like, hey, is my laptop finished? He's like, hey, bring it down. I said, bro, my laptop's already there. I want to know a price. Oh, you just bring it down. The dude tried to give me an address. I'm like, dude, just all right. I just hung up. So let me just head down there and see what's up with my laptop. You dig? Yeah, but it's open conversation. Anybody can invite themselves up. Anybody can click the link. It's open conversation, man. I wanted Black Akata to call back in and finish the conversation. And of course, Black Akata started to chimp out. He says he's from Tanzania, right? No, he's Tanzanian from Tanzania, right? He says East Africa. So I said, all right, man. I said, yo, what's on your mind? So I said, what's on your mind? And before he could start talking, I got a TikTok gave a warning. It said, yo, this guy's a troll. You got to drop him down. Even he's seen it. Like, he like, yo, well, why I got that? Like, dude, you know why you got that. You go around trolling, man. You got mud in your name, my guy. So he said, all right, let me come back with a separate name. I'm thinking he about to go create a whole different name. My man came back with a new name in like 2 seconds. That means that he already had it. So he already got 1,000 TikTok names because he knows that he be chimping out and getting banned and blocked. So I explained to the dude, like, yo, you know you're not black, right? And somewhere down that explanation, I end up letting him get over it, like, away from the topic. Hey, did you mean to hop on?
Yes, I did. I'm just letting you finish.
Oh no, I'm done. Wait, hold 1 second. Let me get my 1 second. Okay, ready.
Okay, we're debating about how Caribbeans are not black.
Yeah.
Okay, and what would make them not black?
know, they have a nationality. Like, for example, like you just called them Caribbean. That's identity. And then they're from an island there, right? Just give me one island. So give me one island.
Jamaica, my peoples are Jamaican.
Right. No, their nationality and ethnicity is Jamaican.
But you do understand that Black is a race, and your nationality is American, and your race is Black, and your ethnicity would be Black American.
So when did that happen? I'm not aware of that. What date did that happen?
That's how it's. What date did what happen?
Where Black became a race.
Black and white has always been races. What do you mean? When did that happen?
I'm gonna help you out. 1977 through the OMB. So the actual date is 1977 through the Office Management and Budget, where they changed it from Negro to Black. So before 1977, Black in America was around in the 1940s, 50s, 60s, and 70s as an ethnicity and nationality. So before then, the race was Negro, and our ethnicity was Black. We're called the Black people of America. That's documented through papers, laws. It's called the Black.
Where did the term Negro come from?
The term Negro came from the Portuguese and the Spaniard, right?
That were where? Slave owner, they were colonizing where?
Throughout the world, really. Anybody of African descent that they believe had African descent, they were colonizing those people.
So the slave owners in America were European. The ones in the Caribbean were Portuguese and other things.
Right.
So the word Negro is a Portuguese word. If the Portuguese slave owners were in Jamaica, then I would be safe, because this is not, there's no facts to say this, but it would be safe to assume that the word Negro, it started with them, right, in Jamaica.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The word Negro.
So the word Black comes from Negro. It's a translation of Negro. So how would we not be Black?
Gotcha. So man, this is the issue with language, right? I'm trying to study language. I'm actually a scholar historian. Now, let me help you out. So words have a preset definition. So Black in Spanish is negro, Black in Arabic is Bilal al-Sudan, and Black in French is noir. Okay? Now, that's the literal definition. But when it's applied to people add a connotative definition outside of the preset Webster definition. So when Europeans went around calling people by their skin color, it wasn't a compliment, and it wasn't just to say you're a dark version of us. A Negro became synonymous with savage. So the connotative definition of Negro was savage, inferior, and people worthy of slavery. Okay, so now you have Hispanics today. They say the word mayate. That just means Black beetle. No, but when it's applied to Black Americans, that means more than a Black beetle. It becomes a racial slur. So how can a color ever be a racial slur? It's called application. So you have something called definition, and you have something called application. So the way you say something, so for example, like Black Americans.
Context, that's what you're saying.
Exactly. So Black Americans, we say coon and tether. Right? Now, coon is an animal. That's a raccoon. So why would somebody get offended by that? Because application tells you that it means more, is now a slur, because you call people that by certain actions, and it's negative. Okay, so that's how white people use Negro. Now, they called it by that regardless of what the Spanish or the Spanish definition was. Regardless of the transliteration, you were called. Oh, let me get that spot. Yeah, so you were called Negro for reasons other than the color. Now, in America, we do not call ourselves Black because we're dark skinned. I'm light as snow. Prince looks Chinese as far as complexion. So we call ourselves Black. It's just a 5-letter word to describe an ethnic group. So that's why it's called ethnicities. Ethnicities are not they're not adjectives. So now, let me help you out. When white people went around calling it by Negro, ma'am, that's called an exoname. No, that means somebody else named you outside of yourself. Nobody has the right to name you what you didn't name yourself. Okay, can we agree there?
But you just said that they named you Black in 1977.
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You messed up. 1977 is when they hijacked the word Black, man. 1940s, we already redefined Black. Dr. King in 1965 said, I'm Black and beautiful. That's 12 years before 1977. So what they did was, that's called paper genocide. What they do is they always come behind people, like the indigenous people, they reclassify you as something that you're not. They told the indigenous people, you're no longer indigenous, you're Negro and mulatto. You see how they just reclassify people for their own benefit? So that's what they did with Negro, and with Black. We gave Black a purpose, a definition, a sense of proudness, and a legacy behind it. White people came behind us and made it a race. They said, okay, no, this is no longer ethnicity. This is the new race. We're getting rid of Negro, and now everybody's Black. Okay, now, now let's deal with that. When you're dealing with that, a race is not an identity. It's a category. A race don't tell you who you are. You're already somebody while you're thrown in that box. So when Jamaicans are thrown in a racial box, they're still Jamaican. When Haitians thrown in a racial box, they're still Haitians, and Nigerians still Nigerians, and Black Americans still Black Americans. The box is just called Black now, which can be called blue tomorrow. It's just a category. It does not identify you. There's no Black flag in Jamaica. There's no Black flag in Nigeria. There's no Black flag in Haiti, but there's a Black flag in America. It's called the Black American Heritage Flag, which is designed in 1967, along with the Black Power movement. You feel me? So we even came up with a flag to identify our ethnicity. That was not a flag for nations. Melvin Charles said every nation got their own flag. This is ours. So we became the Black people, like Deslini said. Those are the Haitian people, and these are the Kwame Nkrumah said, hey, we are Ghanaians. Black to us originally was Ghanaian to a person from Ghana, or Haitian for a person in Haiti. So everybody got a flag, and your flag represents your culture, your language, and your nationhood, who you are as a people. It shows how you're different from everybody in the world, no matter how you look. Black was our unique, distinctive identity to show how we're different, and this is our history, it's unique from everybody else. So that's why I say people are not Black. Black for you guys is a new thing. It's something that you start calling yourself in the 2000s, like 15, 20s. Because
which is not true. My mom went to school in the 70s and 80s, and she was taught that she was Black. You can't tell. Okay, with America, I understood and I listened to you. With the continent of Jamaica, how are you going to tell me what we were taught on the continent of Jamaica? That's not how that works.
Okay, so now
we were taught that we were Black. My grandmother, who was 70-something, was taught that she was Black. That's not new. Nothing's new about that.
Man, if you were in America, it would make sense how people mistaken you as one of us. But in Jamaica, nobody before 1977, because that Black racial thing started in America, and other countries hopped on board and started to cherry pick. By the way, European countries only do the racial thing. Okay, Africa doesn't do the racial thing. Africa call people of African descent. They use POAD. They say people of African descent. So calling people racial terms is a whitey man thing, and it's always to disrespect you and undermine you. They never do stuff to compliment people where everybody get along. And no, it's always to take something from you. So the racial, that's why you have racism. The people who started, Walter Flecker, by the way, was his name, that did the Racial Integrity Act 1924 in America. That was not in Jamaica. That was not in Haiti. That was not in Africa. That started here in America. So the whole racist thing was here in America first. Mm-hmm. Okay, so even
okay. So did you do?
Did I do what?
Did you do research on Jamaica?
Yes, I did, and I probably know more about Jamaica than you. Better walk on.
And how would you know that?
Okay, have you ever heard of the West Indies Federation?
Of course.
Okay, so then what took its place? So when that flopped and fell, what took its place? Hello?
Hold on.
Yeah, go Google it and come back. Like I said, I probably know more about Jamaica than you.
Oh, I'm right here. Okay. If I don't know something, I'm not.
Okay,
yeah,
so
no.
Okay, so do you know or don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay, CARICOM took its place. All right. So now, do you know why the West Indies Federation was even a thought? Well, why it came to fruition? Do you know why? Okay. So,
No.
okay, I got you. I try to tell you, I probably know more about Jamaica than you. So the fact that you call yourself West Indian came in 19, I think 58 was the time. I'm not sure the date, but 54, 58, I think 58, 58, 1958, with the term West Indian came about. So that was an attempt to unify the island. That was the British idea. The British said, hey, because at that point you had the Windrush, the Windrush ship, a lot of Jamaicans and people from the Caribbean was going to the UK to help out World War II. Okay. Now when World War II over, they made the immigration rules stiffer for island people to come to the UK. As a matter of fact, they sent everybody home, right? But the ship was called the Windrush. It included a Windrush ship. That's a very popular ship that brought a whole bunch of Jamaicans to the UK. But after World War II, you guys helped build their country back up. They had no more use for you, so they said you got to right. And then they had
a grandfather.
Yep, and then they made immigration laws harder for more islanders to come over there. And they said, hey, why don't I just go do your own thing? Why don't you just go do your own thing where you got to get together and, pull your own bootstrap up. And they said, hey, call it the West Indies Federation. So Jamaica, Trinidad, and a lot of the islands went over there and they started the West Indies Federation. Now, it didn't last long. It lasted 4 years and they dropped. Jamaica was the first country to leave it, because they just couldn't get along. Like they wouldn't drop their flags and become one. They were very divisive. This is history. They were very divisive and toxic to each other. And they had some xenophobic ideologies toward each other. Right. So the bigger countries like Jamaica and Trinidad didn't want to share equal power with the smaller countries like St. Croix or whatever. Yeah, but that's Jamaica. So I know Jamaica, and I know at that time nobody was saying they black. You didn't need to, because there's something called ethnicity. And you got one. It's Jamaica, you got a flag, and you got a culture, and you got food. That's all called Jamaica.
That's not.
But
you don't know that there are there are Indian Jamaicans, there are Black Jamaicans,
no.
There are German Jamaicans.
They're not called Black.
I have never heard the term Afro-Jamaicans before 2026.
Okay,
Y'all making stuff up.
No.
I have never heard that term before 2026.
Man, you're on your phone right now. Just because you never heard something don't mean it ain't true. Okay, so I want you to do this real fast. Go type in Afro-Jamaican etymology. Okay? Just type in etymology. It'll give you the date. That's an old term y'all call. Y'all ain't never call yourself black Jamaican. That how can you be two ethnicities? That's crazy. How can you be Black American and Jamaican at the same time? There's not enough space. And then to even say Black Jamaican, you're using black as an adjective. We don't use black as an adjective over here. Black is capitalized in America. It's a proper noun. Like Jamaican is a proper noun, right? It's capital J. Haitian, capital H. Black in America, that's a capital B. That's not an adjective. So, but it's not your fault. Yeah.
I'm not using it as an adjective. When I say black, I mean people, melanated people all across the diaspora. I'm not using it as an adjective.
Man, that's an adjective. You're describing what? When you say black, what are you describing?
Melanated people across the diaspora. But melanated people aren't black, though.
The entire human race is melanated. And everybody got melanin, man. Everybody. So
okay. Well, you're
no. Look. Here's the fact. Let's just be honest. When people say melanin, we're talking about people who have brownness, some type of color in them, because they're describing their human skin. See, it's a descriptor. It's an adjective. So because when you have words, Jamaican is a nationality plus ethnicity. Then you got tribals. Then you got West Indian. You got Caribbean. Like these are continental or the island terms, but these are all identities. They can stand by themselves. So you can say Caribbean people without saying Jamaican. You can say West Indies without saying Jamaican. You can say Jamaican without those things, but you can't say black by itself, and we know who you're talking about. If you say black by itself, we're gonna automatically think you're talking about Black Americans in this country right here. We're not gonna think of somebody in Nigeria.
And I will say that because I was thinking about that the other day. When y'all say black, and it's like the culture, when they say black, like when they say something like a joke or something about black people having big lips or something like that, they are speaking about Black Americans. Everything like on social media and pop culture, everything that is labeled as black, it does have to do with Black Americans. I will say that, but
Right. Because we at one point, I'm trying to let you know, it's not an emotional discussion. It's just fact. At one point, we were the only.
I'm not emotional.
No, I'm just saying. I'm trying to give you factual, Google stuff. You can type in. We were the only people on Earth in 1940s who were black. 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Nobody else. Everybody was saying he was Jamaican, Haitian, Nigerian. Until they came to America, because America, we have something called race. So when people first experienced what black was on a form. So you're still Jamaican, but on paper you are black for resources or tangibles or housing or whatever, right? Or for a census, maybe just for a census. But even still, you're only black on paper. You're black for this reason. It's for a consensus. It's not an identity. It's not a new identity. Like this ain't who you are now. Drop your flag, drop your language, drop your food. You're still Jamaican. Just on this form, you gotta check this box to be associated with us to get whatever's coming with that. It's called paper genocide. So our government is flattening us. It's taking away rights from us by making. So okay, for example, you heard about the 200,000 black women that was fired and unemployed?
Mm-hmm. No, I didn't, but I'm listening. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are you okay? So in this country, it's illegal to target somebody based on their race. You agree with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's also illegal to prioritize people based on their race, right? You heard the question?
Yeah, I said yes.
Okay. So, right. So during segregation in this country, white people were being prioritized. Like everything, housing, so the government that says anything was only for them, right? The good things, and none of that stuff was. So that means that they divided us based on race, and that's illegal. Okay. When they took away our ethnicity and made it a race, we had no rights to nothing no more. Because when we say, hey, we're doing this for black people, they say, hey, that's a race. Remember, it's illegal to do something for a race. So that was the play.
And what would be?
Go ahead. What would be what?
What's an example of that? What is something that Black Americans were trying to do and they said you cannot do something just for that specific race?
Reparations. Reparations is illegal for a race. It's unconstitutional. Matter of fact, DEI programs are illegal. That's why they all got knocked down by Edward Blum, who's a conservative lawyer who knocked them all down. Thurgood Marshall was doing the same thing for segregation. He was knocking down racial laws. They had laws that benefited white people, and Black American lawyers during the civil rights movement had debunked them all in court and won judgments against all of them. And that's how we got rid of systematic racism, and now we have systemic racism. It was replaced by systemic. But those are examples of racialized laws being knocked down. You can't prioritize a group or exclude a group based on race. It's unconstitutional. So by making black, because I was gonna say this to you, if black is a race, okay, now what is our ethnicity? That means we ain't got an ethnicity then. Which proves my point.
Black American.
No, black. You said the same word. You said the same word twice. Black is a race. America is a nationality. What's our ethnicity?
Black. I mean, you could put American, but just like any other. But yeah, it's a different culture. European American culture and Black American culture is completely different.
But before we do that, we're talking about words that are defined. American is a nationality. That means anybody with American citizenship is not. You could be an alien, get citizenship, a green alien. You are American. Black, we just agree, is a race. So when you say Black American, you're just naming your race and your nationality. But I'm saying, what is our ethnicity? Like, why? Because we don't have one. Our American government stripped us from it, and they made us flat black. So to be like, oh, be like, no, we are somebody. Hence FBA Adolf. That's why that came about, by the way. Like, we finally found the play. Like, oh wow, we ain't got that ethnicity, and everything we demand and we want justice is out the door because it's we thrown in a racial unconstitutional demand. We said, all right, cool, we got it. We're gonna come up with an ethnicity now. We're no longer just racially black people. We're gonna have ethnicity, and you have Adolf Friedman, Salon, and you know.
And I do respect that. I respect because some Caribbeans they come over here and they're very disrespectful. I respect that y'all. I respect that whatever we're able to come over here and do that we do it because of you. I respect Black American people, but at the same, what do you mean? What do you mean that we steal your opportunities? I'm so stuck on it. You started with the 200 women. You said that. You said we come over here and opportunities made for Black people.
That is you are chimping out. I said nothing about stealing anything from us. I said in order to get tagged in on resources that were designed specific for us, you have to check Black on your application, your form. You have to, or you won't get those DEI and all those things that was designed for us. You have to do that. So I didn't say still. I said it ain't your fault. I said our government. This is beyond your control. Like that's why I don't make the argument you guys had anything to do with it. This
is something to engage. I understand.
Right. This is beyond your control. Our government did this. It got nothing to do with you. Got nothing to do with no Jamaican, no African, no Haitian. Our argument originally is against our government. Now, if other folks out here want to make something about you, then they're chipping out, right? But our original argument.
But you cannot lie. There are FBAs that are on here making it about race, making it about ethnicity. There quite literally are.
Yeah,
actually, I just got off a panel with one that said that I was beneath her. Like, girl,
yeah, no, she's
there are.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
she's chimping out. That's called chimping out. Okay, when you just make up stuff that don't make any sense and you can't justify it and you think you're better than somebody just because you were born, yeah, that's chimping out. That's the definition of chimping out. And look, I just talked about that. I said, yo, we have become like the 5%ers where we think we're better than somebody simply because we were born. Like we didn't do much in life. We probably got a criminal past, probably got 10 baby moms. And we think we're better than somebody just because we were born. No, you're better than somebody. Well, you're not better than nobody. But Black excellence is what I promote. Jamaican excellence, Haitian excellence, the African excellence. I promote excellence. So people should be excellent. They shouldn't just say they are. They should go out there and do it. And you can't be excellent chipping out. Go ahead. Do I what?
Do you believe that all of them? Well, everybody has melanated, but everybody has melanin, but without being facetious, you know what I mean. Do you believe that all melanated people across the diaspora, that's the word y'all use, people across the diaspora, do you think we should all stick together, or do you think we should stay on our respective places? Haitians, Jamaicans, Black Americans.
But it'll make sense for it'll make complete sense for the diaspora to get on board. And then who the hell wants to be alone in this fight?
And do you think Caribbeans living in this country, Afro-Caribbeans living in this country, do you think that they have different struggles? Black Americans?
Yeah, because for sure, especially like for example, if you are documented as an immigrant, then you're like you're gonna pay attention to immigration laws and things that affect immigration, right? And resources. That's gonna be your primary focus. While Black Americans outside the housing, like that's yeah.
I would disagree. I don't know one Black is worried about immigration, and especially I'm not going to talk about people that, I'm talking about also the children of those people. So it's not, we don't really have to worry about immigration at the time. I mean, yeah, now we do. Now we do, as of recent.
There's a lot you got to know about immigration, right? So there are two types of immigrants that come to the country. You got humanitarian, you got select hyper-selective immigrants. Created. So once you learn that, yeah.
Well, this is to an 18-year-old, so please give grace.
So, yeah, let me do it. Yeah, give me. Okay. All right, give me 1 second. Okay. Is he going to? He going? All right. Okay, so let me see. Most immigrants that come over here, at some point, they don't have citizenship. You agree with that?
Yes.
Right. They come as foreign nationals. Like you have to qualify for citizenship. Like it's not just. No. You don't do that. No. Yeah, you don't do that. You don't do that. You wait. So you don't do that. Don't do that no more. Okay. So all immigrants, when they come over here, that you're not born for this country, right? You have, because anybody born here right now is citizenship. So if you're not born here, you have to qualify or be eligible for citizenship. So that means immigration is going to affect everybody who does not have citizenship that wants citizenship. They all going to focus on immigration law at the time of sense. So I'm sure that makes sense. Everybody who's citizen for citizenship, like for example, like Donald Trump is challenging birthright citizenship. So you have a lot of people that's not citizens get paying attention to that ruling, right? You have the Haitian TPS thing that just got put in motion where they're gonna be sending people back. So obviously you got Haitian immigrants focused on that. And like you said, you're 18, so you kind of like it don't mean much to you, so you don't have your eggs in that basket just yet. But adults like your mom and dad, I don't know how they got here, but if they were born here, then on fire. But they came here, and if they were not born here, believe me, they were worried about immigration laws because certain parties in office, you can see, can extend it or suspend it.
And there are, I do know that I agree with you, but why I ask that question is more so what systemic issue. Basically, do you think that, or I feel like racism affects Afro-Caribbeans in America the same way it affects Black people. Racism affects Afro-Caribbeans in America the same way it affects Black people.
But I can say it's possible that some Afro, face racism. Some people really can't tell us from some people can. But if somebody got a hard accent, right, and their name is Claude or someone who's Asian name, now you can that's a big difference.
Yeah, okay, I know, and there's a look to them. Even I have a look. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, but I'm sure if you would have been at a casting, I'm sure Chuck Miller would approach you too. But I don't think that. I think he would have came to you as well and act a fool.
Okay, I'm happy to speak to somebody who's kind of like left. Americans. It's more of like an ego thing and like a grandiosity thing. And it's just like, okay, I don't, but here to somebody who's level headed, actually educated. I listen to your points, I receive them. You have a degree, I don't. I just graduated. So thank you. I received what you said and I appreciated you teaching me.
Wait, let me say this. Those things people that they run into, I don't rock with them either. I don't support them. I don't stand next to them. I do nothing. I really need to get it done. That's why I'm always here, like cleaning up the image for myself. Call in and they automatically tie me with that. Then, you know, the argument be that. That's like, wait, I got like stop. Oh, what are you talking about? I'm not them. They're tipping out. I'm not.
That's why even when you had said it a different way, but I said you stole their jobs. I had put their sentiment on you. So yeah, that was my bad.
So African right? So sometimes we want to buy together, same to you, argue against you as those who said African, right? So that happens as well. Like once everybody else together, go the same argument as everybody. Like you all, and then like there's people who, you know, there's certain arguments for certain people that tell you. Africans, we use a different culture. And by the way, Africans were not enslaved. They were the enslavers. Africans, white people, both got together and sold, and that's what we have a diaspora. But it's a different type of energy and interaction. Talk about diaspora for slaves. Like us, from Africa. Africans never were enslaved. So we don't have that much in common. They have more in common with the enslavers, white people than they do with us.
So I don't know. It's so much. So you don't believe that. You're not one of those that believe that you're indigenous to the land.
You know, some actually believe that, and you know, they calling over here and we have that discussion. But I think some of them really mean and this. Some saying this don't mean it. So what they mean is native. So native and indigenous, they have two different definitions.
Some theories about it. Life started with y'all.
Yeah,
y'all founded the Europe. I don't know a lot of shit.
All I do is I don't get into all that. That becomes like doctrine. All I ask them is, hey, you can have the same question. Have your ancestors been enslaved? And some of them actually say no. Then I got to give them the bad news. Say, okay, then you're not ethnic. Okay, how indigenous you are, that's not it. You don't have ancestors that were enslaved in this country. You're just indigenous. Yeah, you're not it.
Okay.
I have more.
I'm listening.
So indigenous means that you were here before white people. That's what it is. Natives mean here at the time they were here. That means you were not originally here. Came with them at some point, or you got formed by them. So we're literally native to the land because we were here as a result of white people. And what makes you indigenous, you were here before white people. So when some people say they're indigenous and native, you gotta have them be clear. Like, okay, make sure that they don't use them as the same, interchangeable. Just ask them, hey, did you hear before white people? They say yes, then you ask them, how are you FBA? Because you can't be both. You can't be 100% indigenous and 100% FBA. That's how that works. FBA are the mixture of indigenous, African, and white people. We're not 100% no place. We're homogenous people. We're mixed. We're a mixture of everything that was involved. So if somebody's 100% indigenous, the only question is did they go through chattel slavery? That's all. If the answer is no, they're not FBA. And some of them, I had to give them that hardcore truth. That's a fact. That's a fact. That's what FBA means. That's what ADOL. That's what Black American means. It means
American descendants of slavery. Yeah.
How'd you build it? Because my next question is, how are you foundational? If you ain't build the country, and we say build the country, we're talking about the economy. We're talking about rice, tobacco, sugar, cotton. We're talking about in the coal mines, and this is all forced labor. So if you weren't forced to labor and clearing the land, if you ain't, that's the foundation, by the way. Because we say foundation, nobody really explains what it is. We're talking about the economy. Like we made America a superpower almost immediately. Like once we got to work over here around the 1700s, like cotton went off the hook. I think Africa had the largest cotton economy before, well, some part of Africa before America forced us to do it. But then at some point we dominated that market and took over. But the economy, nothing happens before the economy, right? So the economy, the money comes first, and then the infrastructure. And now you can have money to pay for the railroad, the steel, to make railroad tracks, mines, all that other stuff, import, export, Yeah, so the infrastructure was our work to build the economy, and then we literally built the railroad tracks, the mines, the coal. So we were involved in the physical and the monetary infrastructure. That's what makes the foundation. And nobody else can say that. Nobody else can say that they did all of that.
For their country or for America? Do you know about the man who built the highway in Miami? The Bahamian man who built the highway in Miami? And then I don't know. Because I mean, Jamaican slaves were sent down there, but they were still Africans at that point. It wasn't really, so I can't really say that they contributed to anything.
Even white people, like we even said, y'all not like, they're the founding fathers. They're not foundation. See, foundation means you actually built the infrastructure. So what happened was the Italians, the Irish, they came later. The Chinese, they came later, and they added to what was already built. But the frame infrastructure is already here. Like they didn't contribute to that. Like that's the difference when we talk about this stuff. Like like you helped build. You added up there. You burnt. I mean, like you built an attic, but the house was already the skeleton of the house was already there.
Agree.
But other people did come and add to it. We're not saying nobody like we did it every last thing. No, other folks came and added to what was already there. Yeah, but I'm familiar with the Big and Miami. So I'm familiar with other conversations folks did. Yeah, you can't take away history. People did what they did, but that's great. That's different. Oh, so lastly, I was gonna say this. I was going to back to immigrants. So you have hyper-selected immigrants. You have humanitarian. Right. So humanitarian immigrants are used not always, but normally for right. They come here because of political reasons. Maybe somebody comes to lead them in their homeland. So they're called refugees. They have a hurricane catastrophe. That's called the evacuee. And then you have people who are in the provisional gray area where they have a claim and they don't really know if it's true or not. They're called asylees, right? So asylees, a lot of times they don't have a set date. They just over here waiting on if not, it doesn't say, hey, no, you gotta go back. Not a record. You are a part of the game, and that's why they say that. It wasn't because you were politically done it. I mean, like that's how they determine that. But then you have the hyper selective immigrants who are a lot of Nigerians, a lot of Chinese.
I was gonna say the Africans.
They are hyper selective that goes down the best of their country. The top one, I think best, we're talking their top 1%. Not America, not only Canada, UK, other places, but America is a leading game and only went to the top 1%, right? To go in tech science, things like that, and get the country greater. We want to pay you less than their own, right? That's the workers. So that's what so when they come over here and they talk about how like, well, yeah, you're filtered out. Like they didn't want to bring the mediocre class or the poor class or the low IQ. They brought them back. And so, but you're filtered out. Like you didn't come here like Joe Schmo, like, you know, like if I go to Jamaica or Uganda, I'm going to be a normal guy. I'm not the top 1% of Black Americans. So you don't really brag about being, if you're the top 1%, you don't brag about being smart as somebody middle class or like, middle educated or you're supposed to compare yourself to our top and compare your mediocre to our mediocre and your poor to our poor. That's how that works. But like if Black Americans took the top 1%, we took our top 1% and put them in China, yeah, we will be the green system. But that's anybody's top 1%. So all of that's why.
Okay, so
that's why it appears that Chinese are smart and Indians are smart and Africans are smart because we literally only invited the smart over here. That's why it seems like that. We only invited the smart. And the Jamaicans, the Haitians, and the East Africans, they are called humanitarian immigrants. So what America want to save face. America is seen as like a bully, racial country, always causing war. So they try to save face and do humanitarian work. So they'll go and save a life. How they'll paint it. Hey, look, we're saving so many Jamaicans from the hurricane. See, we're not evil. See, we're not filthy capitalists. Look, we have a heart. That's called humanitarian immigrants. That's a real term. Look it up. But it's to look good to the world.
I get it. I know what humanitarian is.
Yeah. Here's the difference. The hyperselective are never thrown into Black people. They're allowed to fight. The humanitarian immigrants are not allowed to fight. They're thrown into Black people. So most likely the hyperselective will focus on conservative and most likely the liberal. And no, I don't have a degree. I heard you say degree. I don't have a degree. I have this scholarship in a comprehension.
Yeah. Are you being rude?
Somebody say, I heard you. I meant to address it. No, like that was. I didn't want to come off as disingenuous. No, I'm saying I don't have a degree. I'm just backtracking. I don't have a degree. I just
be hearing stuff because I thought you said that.
I said I'm a scholar. I'm a scholar. Historian. Yeah.
You did say historian. I heard degree in history. History, but okay. Okay.
It'll be by law. It won't be. Anything else? question while we got somebody here who could truly represent our talking point, not somebody yelling on the internet on folks' names and stuff.
Mess. But I can't think of any more questions right now. If there's anything else you'd like to say, you could speak.
So yeah, and you wouldn't know about the black thing, but we do. And that's why for us, it's like we figured out our American government is undermining us, and they're trying to replace us, right? Okay, so they made the flat black thing. Therefore, when we demand anything, any justice for black people, that's unconstitutional. So it's in America, it's an all for one for all type of demand. So if it's good for the goose, it's good for the geese, basically. So they don't allow you to say, hey, this should just be for black Americans. Like that would be unconstitutional because they say that's racist, right? You don't hate racism. So it can't be for this race and not that race. But you could demand that same thing for an ethnic group, a lineage, right? So now, if Jamaicans wanted something for Jamaicans, they could get that done. But you couldn't get it done in the name of black. It's unconstitutional. So like that was a finesse that we had to learn. We were wondering why we got nothing. No rights, no respect, no justice under black. And then, we had lawyers, we had all types of people, tone talks, and we had all those guys and end up pulling the plug on that. Like, because if you look at how this country works, Japanese, right, they're Asian, but they didn't get Asian reparations. They got Japanese reparations. When the Italians were lynched by the white people in the 1960s, where was that? In Louisiana, they got reparatory damage, but it wasn't for all white people, just for Italians. And what the small hats, they got just for them. And the indigenous people got just for them. So you don't get nothing as a race without other races included. So that's why it's important for us to delineate. That's why it has nothing to do with somebody else. It has everything to do with our identity. It's saying, hell, no, I'm actually somebody. Like I have an identity, and I want to be heard. I want to be spoken to. I want somebody to address our situation with justice. But without an identity,
That's why y'all call yourself ADOS.
right?
It's the term for reparation. Okay, I'm understanding.
It's a term for identity. That's why I asked you earlier. They had one, but we didn't know that because we're using black, not knowing it's been sabotaged and thrown to the racial box. So we didn't have an identity. Like we're just the black people, right? But so are you, like according to racial categories. It's like, so what makes? But you're not just black racially. You're actually Jamaican. So what I'm saying is when you look in that racial box, that black racial box, you can pull a Haitian out of it. You can pull a Jamaican out of it. You can pull a Nigerian out of it. How can you pull one of us out of it? We don't have a delineating term to pull us out. So we're just stuck in the forever racial box. And that's what I'm trying to get you to see. Like that's why it's a big thing to protect our ethnicity. Like, everybody ain't black. I understand white people told you, but that ain't what it is. Race is not identity. It's a classification box to group people up for census purposes only. It's not to identify. And you can't even use it to get something done. It's illegal. Unconstitutional.
Okay.
I think when folks hear it that way, I think that their guard be dropped a little more. It's like, okay, it ain't what you thought it was. It makes more sense legally than what you can ever imagine. So that is why we're delineating. Again, it had nothing to do with somebody other than our government. We're in this country. We know about paper genocide. Right, so we see that happening to us. It's the same trick, just done differently. Right, it's done invertedly. So with the indigenous people, what they did was they took them and put them in a racial category called Negro. Right, with us, they did the opposite. They didn't take us out of something. They just brought people into ours. They say, okay, you're black, so is everybody else. But the bottom line is that the tactic is the same. They got to flatten you out where you don't have identity. So when indigenous people were no longer indigenous, they're just Negro. Now we can take their land, do them dirty, and we don't got to repair them at all because they don't have identity. Who are we repairing? The Negroes, everybody. And we don't owe everybody. We owe you guys. We don't have a unique delineating term, so we don't owe you nothing. So with us, same thing. Like we were black, then they threw everybody else into blackness. That we're not black, right? That we're like nothing. Then we said we're something, and then people, I think, got gaslit, and maybe the internet helped cause the confusion. But yeah, so now everybody has a deleted term. That's when I talk to people on TikTok and YouTube. I say, okay, you're Jamaican, he's Haitian, he's Nigerian, or Igbo. That's your delineating term. This is your identity. This is who you are. What is our term that's separate from you and Haitians and Nigerians? And it's cricket. Like we literally don't have a delineating term. We're just flat black. Obviously, this ain't so hard to comprehend when something happens, but everybody I talk to, even the most obscene, person, doesn't have a rebuttal for that. It's like, okay, I get it. Now, do you have divisive SBAs? Yes. Do you have toxic SBAs? Yes. Do you have people who ain't about SHIT on the internet causing trouble, gaslighting? Yeah, they're out there. And I'm severing myself from them too. They're like, nah, y'all go over there and stay over there, but don't sit next to me nowhere. Because me, I stand on black excellence. I'm not with none of that yelling at people. I've been on TikTok shows. I even showed them my thing. They just cuss, and then they cuss at each other. FBA's on FBA crime. Like, yo, what is going on? You feel me?
They be calling each other.
They're kind of making it the game. It's kind of I'm like, hey, let me start using salon and breathing also. Boxed in with these folks being targeted and surveillance. And they call themselves that simply because they disagree with something. Yeah. So that's why they disagree with something, but then they start calling each other names.
And believe it or believe it, I actually see more of them than level-headed people. Yeah, that's how I started. When I first heard the term FBA, I thought that it was associated with people who thought that they were indigenous, meaning from the land, of the soil. That's what I thought the term meant. I don't know, y'all, or maybe the people I watch, but some of y'all representation is a little questionable.
They don't. That's the thing. Like they don't represent us, but they do, in a way. So we don't accept their representation, right? As a matter of fact, they don't even talk like that when they with us. When they call in here, they don't talk like that. They're in their best behavior. So, yeah, when they come over here, nah, they're doing their best behavior talking to us. Talking to me, at least. Me. Yeah, so but that's why I came to TikTok. I came to TikTok to clean up our image. I came to TikTok in the first place. But now,
do you normally get people like tapping into your debates?
Like which debate? Like on TikTok?
It doesn't matter. Any debates, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, on TikTok. I forgot you.
Yeah. On YouTube, no, because they kind of learned who I am. But on TikTok, they have not known who I am yet. So people do come up and they find out, right? They do find out. But as I continue to cook and educate, people are going to be less reluctant to hop on and have these conversations. But people do on TikTok. People do pull up. Not as much on YouTube.
Okay. And this just like a hobby to you? You just do it in your free time?
Oh nah, this is a lifestyle because I'm trying to get I'm trying to get people onto a anti-black crime bill. And when I say black, I'm using black racially. And even as, but you could say, wait a minute, ain't that unconstitutional? Yeah, but so is an anti-Asian crime bill. So we like, hey man, if they can get an illegal unconstitutional crime bill, then so can we. This is equality, and we can't get one, then they can't get one. So I'm trying to get these guys focused on the real topics, right, away from the arguing and calling people names, into something like powerful like that. Like let's get the argument going. We can't get a crime bill because it's racialized, and why do they? Because Asian is a race as well. So how are they able to get a crime bill under a racial term, but we can't?
I don't think anything is it might sound stupid when it comes out my mouth first. I don't think anything is constitutional. If you like how court actually works, if you argue, if you use past cases and say, hey, this judge let it slide, that's kind of how that works.
Yes, sometimes be like that. But with well, you're right. And then so we're saying, hey, you let this slide, this racial group with a crime bill slide. So you gotta let this racial group with a crime bill slide, or we got to get rid of all of the racial crime bill. I mean, like that's like an irrefutable.
It's an actual tactic.
I mean, it's well, the case I'm pointing out is that it's an irrefutable argument. Like they have a crime bill under a racial name, but we're told it's unconstitutional. But we like, wait a minute. So how is that possible? So, but the issue is, there's not enough of us point that out because we're busy on TikTok arguing, calling folks each other's names.
What is the crime bill about?
So, crime bills is to bring awareness to a racial class that's being targeted based on their race, their outward appearance. So they're being disfavored and marginalized and excluded and being discriminated against and racially targeted because of their outward experience. That's what the Asian crime bill did for them. That they claimed during the the virus 19, they claimed that they were being targeted, made fun of, and being discriminated against because of their outward appearance. The slanted eye thing, yellow skin. So we like, oh, if that's the case, then we should have been had one because our outward experience, our outward appearance, always been taboo in this country. Matter of fact, the FBI stats say it's not even close when it comes to the racial group black. It's not even close when it comes to HATE crimes. They said like we're like number one, and all of them combined don't equal up to our reports and incidents. So it's like if anybody deserves a crime bill, how did it skip us? It's just like something that again. But if nobody talks about it, the way you talk about Carmelo and other things, the stuff that really matters, we don't talk about. We get hyped up, talk about racial things, but we don't talk about things that really matter that can move a needle and deter people. So another thing, the racial crime bill, it deters Chud the builders because now it's seen as a racial crime. That means the federal government gets involved and investigates it. So it's not left up to the state. See, Chud the builder, the state don't want to do nothing with them. Nothing we can do about that. But when it's a federal crime, we don't need the state to intervene and point out who's wrong and right. The feds will step in. And when the feds step in, like they have more resources. Their resources are national. So you would rather the feds taking the case opposed from the state. But it'd deter the Rick Childs, the Austin Metcalfs, all these people complain about a racialized crime bill would deter that because now that racial charge is heavy. They take that seriously. It's heavy. And that follows you throughout your life. Like, you try and get a job, that's behind you. It's like, hey, what's up? You got this guy who's known to be, anti-black. And yeah, I don't feel comfortable working with this guy. So that's why people avoid
Sex offender registry for racists?
it can. It can be.
Did you hear about the lady who got lynched in Gwinnett County?
Yeah, see the thing about that see those are cases that don't gaslight me, that they don't make me emotionally charged, because we don't know anything. That's a fact. Like we can't hear of somebody dangling from a tree and then automatically start pointing at people. It's like, yo, the it's unfortunate, but there's no evidence pointing at anybody. So you can't make something out of nothing. You got to sit back and wait for, investigations, and you could do your own investigation, and, but when those things happen, like, we hear about kids being yanked in trucks all day long, but who did it? You feel me? If you don't know who did it, there's nobody to like point at and say, hey, get them. It's just unfortunate. You got to hold the L.
Because that's what happened. Wouldn't you say she was lynched? So it doesn't lynching imply a racial crime?
No. First of all, who's calling it that word? See, is that the official legal charge? I mean, conclusion? Is that what the that's what it's being called, or is it just called a hanging? See, it's a difference, because people do, delete themselves. And look, if I wanted to delete a woman for whatever reason, I'm not going to pew pew her because they're going to come get me, right? I ain't going to do this. They'll come get me. But if I leave her dangling, I could throw off this scent from my tracks. Now they're going to look at white people and not me, the actual guy who did it. So yeah, that's why, like, just because somebody's dangling doesn't, it's bad, but it doesn't really tell you. It don't give you answers. But those things got to be proven. Like somebody, I mean, cause think about this: who are you taking to court for that? For that, who's going to court? Who's being held accountable? I'm asking you.
They're investigating now.
Right. So is there anybody? Is there any names out there? Any suspects?
No.
Right. So what can you and I do about that?
Absolutely nothing.
Right. So when I hear those things, hey, somebody dangling, and what state was that? And do you know what state? Let me.
Hello?
Yeah. Do you know what state that was?
I said Florida.
Oh, okay. And I didn't hear you. You must have blanked out. Matter of fact, let me take that speaker off. Try my speaker. Hold on. Hold on. I turned it off. Okay, so now, now I haven't read the case at all, but I would say this: if you're interested in that, I would say look to see if that was somewhere where she lived at nearby, or somewhere far from where she lived at, because like that can tell you something else too. Because nobody's familiar with your area but you, unless they live there too. So nobody's gonna delete you and leave you in your area unless they know the area. If they don't know the area, it's common sense they're gonna bring you somewhere else, to an area that they're familiar with. So those are things I would look out for when I'm reading something like that. I would look out to see what she found near where she stay at. That's the first thing. Because like I said, most crimes are interracial. They're not interracial. So being that's a fact, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you would delete it. The fact is most crimes are intraracial. So they got to do their due diligence and look inside first and they got to clear everybody inside before they start looking outside. All right, let me get my thing.
Did you hear me?
No, I hear you now. I think you're coming.
Miami,
And yeah,
which is by the park.
okay, yeah. So that makes it harder to now. The next question is in Miami around that park is that a large presence of like dark people, melanated people, or is that a presence of whitey people or mixed? And if you're talking, I do not hear you. I can tell you what. Come here again. Yeah, see, all that matters. So people would chimp out and draw conclusions and oh my God, and get all crazy. And it's like, yo, those questions got to be answered first. Cause now you're narrowing down the likely suspect, right? Because if it's an all melanated community, what's the likeliness of a white T person coming to a melanated community, snatching a girl up, doing her that way in the melanated community and just get away scot free? That's not realistic.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it makes sense that um, maybe there's possibilities. You got to rule out she ain't harm herself. Like there's a whole process to this, and it's not easy. It's hard. You see somebody dangling, it's hard to like investigate things like that. But what you don't do is chimp out and say, "Oh my God, oh," and start just naming suspects that you don't know at all. You wait and look for the facts.
You think it's a distraction?
Yeah, a lot of times it is because I just said our focus should be on a racial crime bill, but we use every excuse not to be focused on that. So yes, it's a distraction. Why don't we talk about a racial crime bill? We keep getting distracted on these single cases where. But now check this out. Now let's say if it was racial, okay. Well, you can't prove it was racial. So the person gets caught, they go to jail, and that doesn't deter other folks from the same crime. But if there was a racial anti-black crime bill out there, now you get caught, they're gonna make an example out of you.
You don't think that these cases can be a catalyst for the racial crime bill?
I don't think well, we can use it as that, but I don't think the crime is done for that. I don't think this country want there to be a racial crime bill because the best opportunity for racial crime bill would have been during segregation. You had legal sundown towns like that. That was the best time for a racial crime bill. So if they ain't do that, then it's gonna be hard to do it now. And that's why I'm like, since they ain't gonna give us one, then they got to take away the one they gave to the Asians.
Okay. How do you get it all the way to the Supreme Court, the Asians?
Um, no pushback from the Dems. That's a no pushback at all. No pushback. But when it's us asking for something, and when I say us, I'm saying black racially, so that's including anybody melanated that can check the box black. Anybody like that's asking for something like something racial wise, you'll be met with all type. Oh, that's unconstitutional. But and don't forget the Asians are hyper selected. By the way, you got to also factor that in. Black Americans and humanitarian immigrants are not favored. They're not hyper selected. So the country don't give a rat's ass about you. But their brain game, the top 1%, this way, the top 1%, the Indians, the Chinese, and some of those folks, yeah, they're gonna get some extra protection, some extra uh pin pushing. It's gonna favor them.
Like how did it start? Like where did they start? Did they start with a specific specific case?
Yeah, virus 19. They say during the virus 19 in 2020, they said people in 21 throughout the entire pandemic, they said they started to be discriminated against. They claimed violence, they met violence, and they were being targeted because of their Asian attributes. Yeah, so that's how it started. So they said, hey, well, since they're being targeted by the outward appearance, we need to protect them. Then we like, wait, what? We've been dealing with that for the last 250 years. Where's that energy over here? And then it's like no answers.
That's why you're not with. You already been dealing with it for 450 years, so they're gonna. I don't think that's very.
Yeah, they completely just skipped the line and gave them something right. So like Tariq Nasheed was the first person I heard brought that to the light, and then I looked into it a little deeper than him, and I uncovered a lot of stuff there. Like wow, and like there's really no justification. Like they don't have a good rebuttal as to why they got one for them but can't get one for us. Like there's no real rebuttal. They're just like hoping nobody really just make it a national thing, in which we're not because we're distracted by these individual racial things. All right, hold on 1 second. I'm gonna try to get to see my laptop. 1 second.
Alrighty.
1 second. Hello. Did they ever get a price? Yeah.
He said that we put on hold and let tomorrow. We wanted to double check on the battery. I haven't.
Okay. Yeah. Let me call. Yeah, because as far as I know, it does charge. It's probably you got to mess with a little clean the thing, but it does charge. But I would charge it. I just couldn't get the screen is damaged. All right, just let me know. I'll call you Monday.
He's calling.
Okay. Mhm. Mhm. Oh, yeah, 1 second. All right, yeah, give me some. Okay. Thank you. Come. No, it's all good. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. All right. I'm back. Yeah, so those are the things that I check into like in depth. Like so when I do research, like I really go the max. The max. Like I look in, this is all I do. So it's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Like I look into this stuff as though like I'm on the case for my people. You know, I'm like the modern Johnny Cochran, the hood Johnny Cochran. Yeah. I look into this stuff. And you know, but I'm like you'd be surprised, man. I know a lot about not just America, uh Africa, Jamaica, the islands, Haiti, and like I uncover a lot of stuff that I don't think the average Jamaican, Haitian, and Nigerian even know about themselves. I'm like, wow. So, but I was hoping Black Americans will appreciate such scholarship information, but it looks like they just into toxicity, just arguing, calling folks names. Now, if I did that, if I just called folks names, I will have 200 folks right now watching me. Yeah, why the hell's my light on? Yeah, if I was calling folks names, I would have 200 folks right now on TikTok listening with their popcorn. But now I'm giving real history and real information and trying to solve problems. SOULution, soul, SOUL, solutions. Nobody's interested. It's almost like they just want to complain and have a reason to like chimp out.
I agree. If you were cutting people out, you would add more people on here.
Oh yeah, I would. But I did it before. I did it on YouTube. I would cuss people out. I had like 377 people on YouTube. But once I start to tone it down and become more serious and more professional, man, everybody hauled ass. So I'm like, well, dang, you know, all that research. I mean, I'm paying I'm subscribed to so many AIs: Claude, Venice, ChatGPT, just Grok, Gemini. Like doing great research, doing great journalism, and like it's not even valued, unfortunately.
It will eventually. You just gotta give it time.
No, I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. Like
You're passionate. You know what you're talking about. You have purpose. You get it. You just gotta give it time.
I'm not giving up. I'm because there are some people interested. So if it's only one person, that's great because it's hard to get one person to listen to you to take you seriously. I mean, so you get one person, that's an accomplishment. So now I'm definitely doing, and that's why it's all documented. So whatever I'm doing is documented. Okay, those folks ain't ready now. Maybe I'm ahead of my time, but 20, 30 years from now, or 1,000 years from now, they might get it. They might find my video like, oh wow, this dude was on it. He kicking that hot fire. Living on Mars. Living on Mars, somebody he kicking that night. Wow, he on it.
What can I ask you like a personal question?
Okay.
What do you do?
Me,
For work.
Work. Yeah. So I entrepreneur and I in the pharmaceutical industry. Like real legalized, federal regulated.
Let's go ask that. Okay. That was you should have saw my face. I said, huh?
Yeah, no.
Oh.
Yeah, so my entrepreneur work, I didn't do it for like 2 years because I was down south. So I'm gonna pick it back up in next middle of next month. So I actually teach chess to kids.
Oh.
Yes, I do that after school program, and I can't wait to get that back going. So I've been doing that for 12 years. And I had took a break when I went down south.
You're north now?
Yeah.
Up north now?
I'm back in Jersey.
Okay.
Yeah, and were you born in America?
You
said yes?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so how you feel about, or do you know about Donald Trump administration challenging birthright citizenship?
This is gonna sound horrible, but I mean, I don't think that people's life should uproot. I think that if they're if they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it. If they're gonna implement the law, I do feel like it should affect the people who are coming now and the people who are having babies here.
Yeah.
After the bill was put in place, I don't think it's fair for somebody to uproot me. I don't know. I've been to Jamaica one time. So if you put me there, I'm gonna be mean. So yeah, but honestly, I don't
think that's how it works. I think it's about people who misuse illegal. Like so people like people who have expired visas. Think people it's there's like a limitation to it. And it don't go back for so many years. So it's going to focus on some years ago, not too many, but definitely now and going forward. If it passes.
I think it's gonna pass.
So now the reason, do you know what's the main reasons for this? It was those same people they got a crime bill for. They started to finesse. Oh my God, they started to finesse, and they will come to this country, work visa, whatever, have a baby, have it born here, and then go right back to China to learn about communism and Chinese politics, to later bring their kid back to argue and insert that into our country. So they want to legalize Chinese people to come here and argue and be proponents of communism, and then get involved in politics because they are citizens now. So they get involved in politics and they low key pushing communism and other weird ideologies that the Chinese have over there.
Isn't that kind of like what happened with what they did with Jamaica?
The Chinese, I'm not sure about how they got. I know they was over there, but I'm not sure how they got access to Jamaica.
They were indentured workers.
Okay. Oh wow, they got that powerful. Wait, so they were
Them and Indians.
them and who else?
Indians.
Oh yeah. So they were indentured too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the question. Okay, I'm guessing it was the white people who indentured. So I'm guessing it was people who indentured them.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Anyway, oh yeah, so that would be. I don't know if that's the same. I don't know if it's the same because it sounds like that they became citizens like everybody else. It maybe got favoritism and rolled with power that way. I'm thinking, and that's a guessing. I'm guessing that they came into service, they worked alongside you guys, and then they took it so long, they kind of had the effervescence there. They became Jamaicans. That's what I'm thinking. But I don't think it was nefarious like how it happened over here. I think that was like that was a natural process where I think they naturally assimilated, with the land. I don't think it's nefarious. Like over here, it's complete nefarious because those people didn't really go back to China, right? Yes, it wasn't really like a hidden agenda.
So you're saying like that it wasn't directed. The Chinese it's a direct attack on America.
Yeah, because those Chinese people, what I know, Indians, they call themselves Jamaicans. So they assimilated into Jamaica and then they like kind of bump with Jamaican people there. Over here, they're Chinese. They have Chinese agendas. Like they have the communism agenda. They're not trying to be a democracy and all that type of stuff. They like help through that. We're here to like this invade and infiltrate. That's the
It's similar in the sense that they do have that mentality. In Jamaica, they only hire their people. They don't, basically they're racist. They come to our land and they start businesses and then they act like they're better than the Black people that are there.
You mean the Afro-Jamaicans?
All right, a happy Saturday morning from Los Angeles.
What is that?
Hopefully everybody is
near you.
having a great Saturday and an enjoyable weekend.
That's you. I don't have anything on.
I'm going to do a
Hold on. I don't know what that was. Yeah. So no, you mean the Jamaicans that's there.
What do you, in what way?
No, because you said Black people. And I'm like, well, you mean Jamaicans.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but did you look it up? The Afro-Jamaican thing? I had this conversation with Revenue, and I had to show him because he didn't know either. And he was educated that Jamaicans were always called Afro-Jamaicans Chinese Jamaicans, Indian Jamaicans, but nobody was called black until recent.
Ask my grandmother right now. She's gonna look at me like I'm crazy. She's gonna think she doesn't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
So
who was calling us that?
Okay, so hold on. Let's just backtrack. So let's just backtrack. Okay, so your grandma was being called black where?
In Jamaica, she was taught that she was black in school.
Okay. And okay, yeah, your grandma is probably now. Your grandma's doing what you did. She was told she was a Negro, and she's saying, well, Negro means black, so they taught me I was black. Like she's doing that connection. She's not. She was not directly called black. Negro was the term until 1977 in America, but it was still Negro everywhere else. Matter of fact, I just read. Matter of fact, Lila, check it out. I got videos of reporters who were interviewing whitey people about an integrated America. So that means the civil rights movement happened. It was passed, and Black Americans are slowly integrating into white society and white whatever. And they were interviewing whitey people, and they were calling us Negroes. So they wouldn't even call us black in 1967. That's why I know your grandma's mistaken. All of, and look, I'm gonna play it on YouTube. I can't do it on TikTok. Matter of fact, I can actually let you hear it. They were asking white people about us integrating into their societies in their schools, and they was calling us Negroes. So how are you guys being called black before us? And we had the Black Power movement. You guys didn't. That's like nearly impossible. Sorry. Yeah, but I found it interesting that the whitey people was being interviewed, and they was like, "Yeah, so how you feel about the Negroes integrating into your neighborhood?"
In and out, and you sound staticky.
Oh yeah, that's because all right. Give me a second. Yeah, I know why. So I'm grabbing something to eat. Give me a second. Hey, get your shoes. We're going to the purple part. All right. Give me a second. I'm gonna fix that right in a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna fix that audio. I was live yesterday, and the dude kept saying like, "Yo, man, can't hear you." And that was getting annoying. Okay. Okay, go use the bathroom. Give me 1 second. Let me get this food. And then we're gonna chop it up. Yeah, but I think most likely your grandma was using black as a Negro. Well, Negro means black, so that's the same thing, and that's not, it's not that simple. Wu-Tang Clan had a song called "If It All Could Be So Simple."
I'll have to ask her what was the wording they used.
Yeah, like you should say that, and then if she still say black, say grandma, are you sure? Did they call you black or Negro? You should ask her like that. Ask her what word they use. If she say black again, then be like, grandma, was it black or Negro? Okay, because yeah, nobody was going around saying they were black. Black at that point, connotation wise, I'm gonna play Dr. King for you. But before we redefine black, black was, if it was placed on human beings, it was in the most demeaning way possible. So that means that nobody will voluntarily call themselves that.
Well, I do. I remember. I don't know. I remember learning that in a class. The original. Did you hear me?
No, 1 second.
Oh, okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. Where's my? Are you ready? All right, 1 second. Let me get my sneakers. I'm taking to an indoor park. I got to make sure we got the proper tire. They ain't gonna let us in.
It's no time.
Yeah.
Now I have a neighbor. Name is not you. Now I have a neighbor.
All right, all right, all right. Hold on 1 second. Okay, go. He's gonna drop my plate.
Make sure you don't stop.
That's right. Can't drop my plate, and then we'll be late.
Wait for the photo spot.
Yeah, so we're going. Just let me get my plate. All right, all right, all right. Okay. All right, let's go.
You want to take the photo?
Yeah. Taking my food. My God. I'm gonna drop something. I hope it ain't my food. Okay, now try again. I might hear you now.
I don't understand.
I know. You said this. You said your grandma. You said you know what the word was. You said something like that. You said you know what the word was. You were being taught in school. Something about something about black.
Oh yeah, how they used to call us savages, but I'd have to ask my grandma if she was called black or if she was called.
Yeah, because I can tell right now it wasn't black. Not that English word BLSCK. I did the most. I don't think there's anybody on the net who did more research on that word black than myself. Now, that's why I can confidently say that was not that word. So what happens is people become anachronistic, and that's simply people. It's like a natural human thing to do, like human trait sometimes, but genuine people will go back and people will remember something from the past and give it a modern day term, and not the term that was originally used in the past.
But if it was okay, if it was spread from the
Yeah,
if it originated in America, we got that, and it was spread from the Americas to the Caribbeans. We've came over there for centuries now. That's what we were always called black. That's the term that we're accustomed to. So I think when people are saying, "Oh, what do you mean we're not black?"
No, you're wrong. You're
That's
wrong.
what.
No, you're wrong though. Okay. So start slow. Start slow. You had gave a lot of that's actually called begging the question. Like you had gave a conclusion in the answer without looking at the evidence. So you were begging the question right there. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, that's a logical fallacy. You can't assume the conclusion before the evidence. All right, but you did that. Okay. So now you begged the question. You said a lot of stuff and you gave a conclusion. You provided zero evidence. All right, so hold on. Hold on. Help you. I'm gonna help you knock this out. Okay, so say what you just said, but slow, slow. Okay, hold on. My phone is okay. All right. Okay, say what you just said, but slower.
Okay, I'm saying that if we came over here, we were put under the Black umbrella, we adopted
Stop,
it in
stop,
our own.
stop. Hold on, because you're saying a lot of words, and you're saying if we came over, I need dates. So you say we came over here. What date is the we came over here? What date is that you're talking about? Can you hear me? This damn phone, man. You probably can't hear me. Did you hear me just now?
No, I didn't.
Okay, yeah, my phone wild. Okay, let me put my phone. Okay, so I said okay. So this is what you cannot do in conversations, right? When we're talking about history, that means you just can't say we came over here because I'm gonna say, well, when was that? Was that the 1600s on the transatlantic slave? Or are you talking about or the over here was never established? So I need to know where's over here and what date is that? So you came over where and what date?
Well, I'm not speaking about me, I'm speaking about.
Right. Of course. Wait. Okay. There's no such thing as black immigrant. All right. And they're called Afro immigrant. They're called African immigrant. But let's go with that. No, no, I don't. No, no, I do not. I don't do that. I was using black racially. I know what I was saying. So when I asked for an anti-black crime bill, I told you I'm using black racially. I'm not using black interchangeably. I don't do that. Okay, so I'm saying when we're asking for a crime bill for the black race, we're including African, Jamaican, Haitian. We're not excluding African, Jamaican, and Haitian out of the black anti-crime bill. You're included. So I'm using it racially. I'm not using it interchangeably. Okay, so now you're talking about 1965. So you said you were okay. So now let's deal with that date. So at that time, it's called the Heart and Cellar Act. That was passed, but that was at that time it was mainly passed for Europeans. So you had Eastern and Southern Europeans who were not allowed in the country. So right, it was only Anglo-Europeans. Only Anglo-Europeans were allowed in the country without a quota. So you got the 1917 Quota Immigration Act and 1924, which limited small hats, it limited Irish and all the Eastern and Southern European. So the Hart Cellar Act, when that was passed, it ended the quota. It ended the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882. So Europeans were allowed to come into the country first. That makes sense. It's ran by Europeans. You guys didn't come here until like 19, like I'm talking about in significant numbers, to about 1990 or early 2000s, right? The Jamaicans who were here before then were spotted. They were like really barely around.
Are you talking about all Caribbeans or just Jamaicans?
Well,
that's not true.
Well, no. Listen, language I'm using though. I'm saying significant numbers. You made up 0.001% of people who could be called racially black. You were in numbers so low you were not part of a consensus. So I'm saying like Jamaicans ain't coming to significant numbers in America to around all immigrants to around the 90s and 2000s. They were too busy allowing white people in the country from Eastern and Southern Europe, and they were allowing Hispanics, right? So dark people of the world, as you should know, you were the last to come here to take advantage of the Immigration Act. You were the last. You're not the first. You were the last, because we're normally the disfavored people of the country, the melanated people. Wrong way. Yeah. So that's a fact. So there were not a significant number of Caribbean people in general until 1990s, 2000. That's a Googleable search. So everything I say, you can just Google it right behind me, and it'll match up. So, okay, okay, no problem, no problem. So now let's just do it. Okay, so let's do it. So now you said throwing an umbrella black. Yeah. So when you came over here, you were advised by politicians over here, most likely liberals. You were advised to call yourself, or not even call yourself, sorry. You were advised to just check the box. So they never said call yourself black. They just said check the box. They said, so when you get a form, housing, food assistance, things like that, they advise you guys to check the box black. So that wasn't y'all thing. That was the government administration encouraging that practice. Right. But that box never. Say that again? Yeah. No, I'm saying it. No, I get. No. Yeah, because you guys took one thing out of context. You're checking a box. The box is not okay. The box is saying what is your race. It's not saying what is your ethnicity, what's your nationality, what do you identify as. It's saying what is your racial group for this census or for this tangible resource. It's not saying what are you like. So the way that those racial forms work, they don't tell you who you are. It asks you who you are racially, but that's not to identify you. So what happens is you guys get confused with the racial category black and how we use black. So you guys thought when we were saying we're black, you guys thought we were basing off our race, our racial category. It wasn't that. It was called so black before racial category called black. So we get the confusion. We get why people come to the country and check black and think, oh yeah, we're black like them. It's like, no, you're just categorized with us, but you're not black like us. Just like we're not Jamaican like you or Haitian like Haitians. So it's a ball of confusion. Okay, right. So let's go with that. Right. Well, what like anything else? How did English get to those countries? From English speaking people. So Western. I mentioned this earlier. Westernized people, colonizers, they only just colonizers borrow the racial classification over everywhere they had influence over. So you're not going to see a racial census in a place where white colonizers not got a heavy influence. You're not going to see it in places where you don't have heavy influence. So they brought that. They've been doing this way before 1977. We just agreed they've been calling it by Negro, Bilal, Al Sudan, and Noor. So they always been racially classifying people as one thing. So they went around calling Africans Negro. They went around calling indigenous people of America Negro, regardless of how different they were. That didn't matter to them. They said, y'all all Negroes. And they were saying Negro in an all racial, all inclusive box where everybody's just this one flat thing. But they didn't use Negro to identify you. They used Negro to group everybody up together. So they're disrespecting people differences. And they're saying, y'all all the same. Y'all all Negro. So that was the point of the racial thing. It was to not respect your differences. So look at Nigeria, for example. The British went over there after the Berlin Conference, right? 1883, 1883. They went over there and they ransacked Africa. They had them sign treaties. They dominated the resources in West Africa. And then they went over there and said, all you tribes, there's 1,000 tribes. Hey, listen, man, we ain't trying to learn all y'all languages. Y'all all Nigerian. And just like that. And they made them all Nigerian. They stopped trying to learn that tribe and that tribe, all the politics. They say, oh, listen, man, y'all just pick this get this oil for me. Okay. And these differences got y'all not picking getting this oil, well, y'all all Nigerian going forward. So you're no longer Igbo and Hausa, Fulani, y'all all Nigerian. So be a Nigerian and get this oil and get this gold and get these resources. So they just flatten them out.
So they labeled them as that, correct?
Right. Yeah, they flatten that.
Their government labeled them as that, and they
Not the government. That was the British government that got nothing to do with the African government.
And so Nigerians, the British government categorized them as Nigerians, and they adapted it, correct?
So yeah, you can say that. Yeah.
They call themselves Nigerians now, don't they?
Yeah, they do, but they don't. Like they'll tell you I'm Nigerian, but if you talk to them, they'll say I'm Igbo, Hausa, Fulani. So for example, Nigerians don't have this oneness. Like they are very tribal over there because they're different. They don't see themselves as we're just one Nigerian. No, they will tell you quickly, I'm Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Yoruba. They'll tell you quickly, this is who I am, this is my tribe, and this is what I stand on. Yeah, so nobody from Yoruba is going to an Igbo tribe saying, yo, what up, brother? Pass the plate, pass the fork. That ain't happening. Pass the salt. Yeah, listen, I did a whole show. You should check it out. I did a whole show. I had a Zimbabwean, I had a Nigerian, I had a Ghanaian, I had like 4 different Africans from different Africans on here, and they told you ain't that's fake. That and they said it would never be enjoined. They said there's too many differences, and they said these are people from tribes. They said we're too tribal. They said that's fantasy talk to believe that these not just nations. They said it's fantasy talk to believe tribes will come together and get along. They said that's fantasy talk because they said even in Burkina Faso, they said Ibrahim Traoré is the leader of the Burkina Faso. But they said, but even with the Burkina Faso, they're tribal. So they said another tribe don't want them there. Another tribe want their chief as the leader. They don't want Ibrahim Traoré. You feel me? So they said, like, from the outside looking in, it seems like everybody's like proud to be Burkina Faso and everybody's for Ibrahim Traoré. They said, no, that's fake news. They said other tribes want their leader in that position and they want Ibrahim Traoré out of that position. Because he's not the leader. Think about it. If he's the leader of tribe A, why would tribe B accept that? They want their chief in that role. Just look like this, like a church in America, especially black churches. Like if you're in a Baptist church and you have a pastor that's obviously Baptist, and he becomes like the spokesman of the community, right? That guy can't go to an AME church or a Pentecostal church and pull rank. They're gonna be like, yo, if you don't sit down, I want our pastor to represent us. And so that's how that goes. So so over there is very tribal, naturally tribal. And we were asking them genuinely, like, yo, so we trying to like see if we can help out. They said, listen, man, there's nothing you can do. It was me and a sister. And we were like offering solutions. And I even said, hey, ChatGPT. They said, yeah, that's not going to work. They said, we're tribal and we want our leaders to be in leadership. We don't want the other tribe leaders in leadership. So on the outside, it looks like we're all together, but we're not. They said, we'll say we're Nigerian, but we'll ask you, are you Hausa? We say no. Okay, bye. Bye, Felicia. Go over there.
Okay, the Nigerians did not receive it, but I don't okay, when I say we received the term, we were called black and we've been being called black. And I understand that it was just to identify us, but we, over the years, that's what we've known ourselves as.
No, you
I'm like,
no, you didn't. You always knew yourself as Jamaican. You got a Jamaican flag. You don't have a black flag. There's no black flag. Okay, you are Jamaican in every which way. You do cardinal. You do all Jamaican stuff. You got Jamaican food, Jamaican customs. Everything about you is Jamaican. Okay, and a Haitian keeps their culture, right? So I know it's kind of like when you listen to this later. Like when this play back in your head when you lay down. Hear me out. If take away this, I'm saying black is not an identity. It's a name of a category. So you have category A, B, C, red, white, yellow, red. That's not who you are. That's the name of the category you're thrown in. You're in that category as a Jamaican. He's in that category as a Haitian, and he's in that category as Nigerian. So it did not give you a new identity. It just categorized you, right? Group A, Group B, Group C. You've been in school, college. Group A, Group B, Group C. That's your category. That's not who you are. So nobody go around saying, yo, I'm Group B. No, I'm categorized with Group B, with other people who are different from me. They're all in Group B. We're not related. We don't have the same mom. We're just all in Group B for this class assignment. Right. But nobody is confused that we're all now the same thing. No, we're in the same category for the school assignment, but we're still individuals. We're different.
You're saying that that's not how it works, but that's how it happened. What are you like? Do we see ourselves as Black? That is how it happened. We adapted it.
No, you did not.
How are you going to tell us what we see ourselves as? That's not
because listen.
Possible.
Hey, stop playing with that. Because no matter what curry chicken I eat, no matter what jerk chicken I eat, no matter how many Cardinal festival I go to, and I can grow locks and be a Rasta, right? I'm never going to be Jamaican. So like
it's not true because they did the same. I just told you that they put indentured servants, and over the time they were called Jamaicans.
Yeah, but that's called that over time process is called an ethnogenesis. That's a real thing. So they all end up becoming Jamaican under it.
Genesis, but we're still considered.
No.
Say it with the ethno.
No, ethnic. So you don't know what ethnogenesis is. Ethnogenesis means you become a new people with the people there. So, and that takes centuries. That takes centuries. That's not something from 1960 or 1990 to now. That takes centuries. But an ethnogenesis means that you have a shared history together. That means you don't have something different from each other. Your history is together, it's shared. So those those Indians and those Chinese people in Jamaica as indentured servants for 400 years, 300 years, you guys had came with a shared history, shared culture, shared language. Y'all all sound the same to us. Y'all eat the same food, and y'all all call yourself Jamaican. That's literally what just ethnogenesis is. Over here, you have a flag, right, that you identify with that we don't. So there's no way we're the same. At the very least, we identify under the same flag. We don't do that. You have a Jamaican flag. We have a Black American heritage flag. And y'all believe this is for you guys and people of this culture. And we believe this is for the people of this culture. So you can assimilate, right? Nothing wrong with that. You can embrace, that's probably what you mean, but you don't become one of us. That ethnogenesis has came and gone. And that's why I say the same thing with indigenous people who claim the FBA. I asked them, have your ancestors went through slavery? If it's no, it's like, yo, you're not FBA either. You can't just jump into an ethnicity. That's a shared experience over centuries. But you don't gotta be Black to be our cousin.
Okay, when I say we see ourselves as Black, why do you keep saying no, we don't?
Because you guys, I'm in Jersey. I have Jamaican friends. Okay. I'm not young. None of my island friends has ever called themselves Black until recently. So this awakening just happened yesterday, because all through high school, all through elementary and on the basketball court, he was always known as Jamaican Dan or Jamaican or Haitian Bob. That dude was never known as Black American Bob. Never. So like this new awakening that people are coming into, this is new. This is something recent.
You're still using it as an ethnicity.
Oh, you're not.
I'm still using it. Yeah, you're using it as an ethnicity right now. I'm using it as a category. So
oh, okay.
It's just because you said Black American Bob.
Oh, not okay.
Y'all didn't see. Okay, so actually, yeah. Okay, you're old enough. When you were growing up, you didn't see Bob as Black.
Well, that's another thing. But sometimes y'all look just like us. You dig? So a lot of things is this. So a lot of Jamaicans did not, like, we didn't know they were Jamaican until we went to their house. right? So they assimilated, they embraced like Black American culture. So some of us see them as Black Americans, but that don't mean that's what you are. Just because you deceived me or had me believe something 52 fake out doesn't mean it worked. Because eventually I went to your house. Eventually we got cool enough. I seen your mom, and I'm like, oh shit, you Jamaican? Oh yeah, mom. And then all of a sudden the accent come out. Oh okay, I didn't know that. It's all good.
But even like somebody with a thick Jamaican, I'm saying like Jamaicans in general, y'all didn't see them as Black?
Racially, yes, but not as a Black American ancestors that went through civil rights movement. You know, like we definitely didn't.
Black American. Why would you see us like that? That doesn't make sense.
No, listen.
Different type of Black.
No, you're Jamaican and we're Black.
No, we're all Black.
No, no, because that's an excellent. White people don't see. That's another thing. In Black American culture, we don't allow white people to dictate anything about us. Like, and we noticed that amongst the diaspora in Africa, the diaspora in Africa, you guys seem to value white people way more than we ever would. We're the only people on earth who sat there and made up a whole doctrine called white people the devil. You dig? Like we die because we don't want to go to the hospital because of past history. So we look at the white people as like they evil, pure evil. So we don't see white people in the same lens as Jamaicans or Africans where they value their word. No, this is a fact.
Who told you?
No. Listen to my point.
Who only date white women?
No, you missed my point.
Who wanted like? So there are everywhere you go.
No, you missed my point though. Now I want you to catch my point. Okay, listen. Black Americans' worldview and our experience as white people is 100% different than yours. Okay, you don't have 100-year history of white people lynching for fun and sport. You don't have a 250 years, 100+ years history of Jim Crow laws that prioritize white people over you. You don't have an exclusion period where they in a time of trouble, they in scarcity, they award housing and money to just white people, and you get nothing. Like you don't have a situation where the laws are systematic. They're right there in front of you. Whites only, over blacks over here. Stay in your place. Okay, so what I'm saying is because you guys been the majority, like most people melanated, they've been the majority. They really never experienced racism. Okay, like we're like the only people on earth who actually experience true racism, like the origins of racism. Like we're the majority and we're living with the majority and they're controlling every aspect of our life. So when you come out from that and you had to delete them because we had the Civil War, we had to physically delete them to get out of this state. And then we had 100 years of more of this stuff, convict leasing, sharecropping, penal system, where we had to overcome that too. That's 1964, right? So all of our known history to white people has always been evil, disingenuous, nefarious. Just name the evil word. That's been all of our experience with these people collectively. Okay, so when we came out from segregation, we became anti whatever the hell they are. So if they're rooting for this guy, we got the other guy. If they're going to war or WAR with this country, we're going for the. We're going for. I mean, that's why Muhammad Ali said, "I ain't going over there." Like, so we became like anti-American, basically. So now what I'm saying is, so when they try to call us something or identify something, we will reject it. We wouldn't accept their terminology. We're saying you guys, on the other hand, you're being called something by these guys, and you accept it, and we're looking like, wow, like yeah, y'all respect what they say about you. Like these are the worst people on earth historically. Like these guys did the most to us. So we look at that as like cooning. Like when people melanin embrace white people.
You just said the answer yourself. We don't have the same experience.
Right.
So there's that. And then even then, we still don't like white people. I acknowledge that we don't have the same experience with Caucasians that you do. But even then, we still don't, and we have experienced prejudice. There is prejudice in Jamaica. I just told you about the Asian people. There was, I don't know, it's just the way we deal with things differently. We're not, when there was this, and I need to look it up so I could give you the information. There was this Asian man who was acting like he didn't want to service Black people. The Jamaicans burnt that shit down. What are you talking about?
Right. Now listen.
We do not play with racism.
No, wait. Got you. Look what you said. You have an experience with Asians that we don't. But we have an experience with white people you don't. So you're right. A lot of your racist experience are going to be from Indians and Asians. We don't know what that is. We can't relate to that. A lot of our racism is experienced with white people. And that's something like you guys didn't really experience as much as we did. So we both experience racism, but by different people. So you might be more distrustful to those people, and we might be more trustful to them because we don't have the same experience, right? But vice versa. You might be more trustful with them, the Pinks, and we like hell no because of our ugly history with them, our violent history with them.
So how are you going to use that as an insult in an argument then? Because that's one of y'all favorite things.
What?
Oh, you guys suck up to white people, which is not true. And also why they say that, and I do it now. A Black American will quit a job and I've seen it. They'll quit a job very much quickly. We don't move like that. We'll sit there and we will. I can't lie, but it's not even only a white person. I've never had a white boss. We sit there and we see it as humble. It's certain stuff, and it's true. I hear Black Americans talk about it, and it's true. Certain stuff that y'all would not accept from white people in the workforce, or even from Black people.
White people.
Accept it, and it's just a matter of.
Okay. So now.
White people.
Right.
It's just a matter of
Yeah, but that's important because you're setting us back. Okay, listen. White people want us back in segregation. They want us back where we don't have laws that a white man is bound to respect. So that's why we're so resilient, and that's why we're so hyper easily racialized when something happens. They can make us chimp out by making it racialized. So because we're like on edge. Okay. So when we see Africans or the Caribbean tolerating white racism, we see that as you're supposed to see that as a never. Hey, Yogi, sit down. Okay. So we have this never again moment, similar to the small hats, right? So a never again moment means that any sign of that got to be neutralized, because if not, it can blow up back to where it was before, right? So once you see a sign of it, you got to stomp it out. So with the small hats, if they sniff us as any evidence of anti-Semitism, they attack it head on. Also the LGBTQI plus community, because they face also discrimination. So when they sniff something that looks like it's attacking them, they're not going to wait for it to reveal his head. They're going to address it, smack it right there, face value. Okay, same thing with us. When we see something, even though it's happening to you, but because you are looking like us, grouped up as us, and sometimes they use you guys to represent us and see, look, it's not so bad. So when they try to tactic out on you, because not you, especially the immigrants, because they have a temporary stay. So they can't be Black Power. They can't be BLM's matter. They could white team man like, oh really? All right, back home. Because they had now, if you got citizenship, it ain't that easy. But if you're on immigration status, there's nobody from the island or Africa going to sit here. Now and then. When you're on an immigration status. No.
Immigrants with American accents, how much immigrants really had their kids here?
No. Yeah. See, you're not speaking to what I'm saying though. I'm saying things and like you're like speaking around it. What I'm saying is that any sign of racism towards Black Americans, anything we see it triggers us, and it makes us go crazy. As you see with the Carmel thing, it makes us go crazy, right? The same way small hats will go crazy if they sniff anti. I just gave you an analogy. Okay, so when there's somebody that looks like us, that white people are trying these racial tactics on, and they're allowing it, is setting us back to segregation, because that's supposed to be outlawed, taboo, never allowed again in this country. And foreigners are not aware of it, or maybe they are, like you said, being humble. The message is being convoluted, and it's making white people feel like, oh, we could pull this off again. So that's why we get offended, like, yo, don't let them do that, man. Or we might even speak up for you, like, hey, don't say that, because we know that it starts off as a joke, and then it becomes 250 years of Jim Crow. So it has to be nipped in the bud immediately, because these people are no joke, right? They already did it. They're trying to do it again. And any sign of it happening, they'll take full advantage. So for example, there's this big black cocky guy with all the muscles. He's from Nigeria. He goes around eating at restaurants, right? These big, crazy buffet style orders he be doing. He's bucking his eyes, and he even called himself gorilla, right? It's like, bro, are you serious? And then he goes around acting like, okay, so he's behaving how white people had us behave in the 1900s. Like, had us like the minstrel shows, like had us bucking out, like being subservient and pretending we're inferior and they're superior. So when you behave like that, whether you know it or not, you are substantiating that stereotype that we're inferior and they are superior, because white people believe that these are the actions of an inferior people, a mindless, low IQ people. Okay, so when he does that, whether he knows or not, which I doubt if he doesn't know, because he named himself Gorilla. So we know, like, this guy is undermining us. He's undermining us, and we have an issue with that, a huge issue with that. So this is and that's what will cause some of this diaspora work. We see it as, okay, these people are purposely undermining us with these minstrel tactics that's supposed to be outlawed, taboo, and racist, and these people are bringing it back voluntarily. So, like, it took us 100 years to get rid of it, and this guy is going to reinstate it in 3 years. We'll be like, yeah, what you doing, bro? Like, you can't do that here. Just like if we go to Jamaica, like, we can't do certain things that's taboo over there. Or you guys would see it as, hey, man, you starting trouble. You starting trouble for us. So, like, that's how it's looked at. Like, hey, you starting trouble for us. Because you can always go back to Nigeria, but we got to deal with these crazy white people that's now feel like they're back entitled to this type of mistreatment.
What I said, I understand what you're saying. What I said, it was just a response to say when I said that there are a lot of Caribbean children of Caribbean immigrants. What I said was just a response to you saying that we can't, once we make whatever, we can't sit here and fight with you, which is not true, because like
I was speaking on the African immigrant, not the, yeah, see what you did, though? You switched up my language.
Together, though.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
Jamaicans too.
Okay, listen. Right, but let me help you out. In America, if you have immigrant status, you are a class, even Jamaican, right? If you are an immigrant from Jamaica, you are not classified with American-born Jamaicans in the census. So the same form you fill out, they will be grouped up as immigrants tied to other immigrants, and you will be grouped up as us, Black. Okay? So you only be, so if you commit a crime, it won't go to immigrant status. It will go to Black crime. If they, so you know what I mean? So if they commit a crime, it won't go to Black, it will go to immigrant. So this is why they're able to have stats. They have stats on how much money and how much education and how much home ownership does Jamaican immigrants have compared to land-born Jamaicans. And obviously they do better than y'all, right? Because you come here, you adjust to the BS, right? But when they come over here, they're like highly motivated. So that's why the immigrants normally do better. Once they become a citizen, their kids kind of like don't have the same zeal as them and motivation and aspirations, and they end up being on drugs, whatever else. They fall into the whole thing. So that's what you're not considering. No, your parents and you are totally different. Your parents are here trying to prove they deserve to be an American citizen, while you already got that. Like, you ain't got to prove a goddamn thing. You could be homeless. And another thing, immigrants really can't be jobless like that. Like, they could be sent back that way as well, like their vagrancy stuff. So immigrants, like, the whole thing is, immigrants are not supposed to be a burden to American society. Like they're supposed to be productive. So when they become a burden, like they looked at as less value, and you can send them back home.
What you're saying is that's the process while you're trying to become a citizenship. Once you become a citizen, you can do. But go ahead.
How much time can I get?
Yeah. So hey, yeah. So I'm saying it, and it might not be in the best way right now because I'm like moving around and stuff. But it might comes off as like a little harsh. But in another setting where I'm not pressed for time, like where I'll have like much like tomorrow I got way more time. Today I got my kid at the indoor park. I'm trying to speak fast so I can go inside and he can have his fun. So, but normally like when I got more time, I'm more cautious what I say and how I say it, and sympathetic and empathetic on how I speak. But right now I'm like kind of like speedballing my conversation for the sake of time. So it might come off as like insensitive or,
Okay. Okay.
But what you should do is this. You should make sure you follow me. And when I go live tomorrow, I will have way more time because most of my time is like free during the day. So I'm gonna play some basketball. And once I get done with that, like 10 a.m., I'm probably gonna go live, on TikTok and YouTube, and it'll be more of a slow conversation where I'm not talking so fast and that type of stuff. Yeah. Yeah, and look, the thing is, like, it comes off as that, but if you actually like watch my content, you would know like that's just my personality. It's not even like I do that when I talk to my own mother. So it's not like in my son. You might hear me in the background. Hey. So that's just my personality. It's not like it's not you. It's not the conversation. It's not that. That's who I am. And sometimes I get too excited, so it comes off like that. But that ain't what it is. It's probably ADHD. That Dr. Umar got to save me. Yeah. So no. What? No. No, because man, my boy, my best friend, his son, I was like 19 years old, sound like a girl, sound like his mom. I'm like, who that? That's my son. Like, oh, I ain't saying anything. I'm like, nah, it's like your wife. Yeah, but nah, yeah, in the background, boys normally sound like girls a lot. Yeah, so tap in. I don't know if I go tonight. Maybe I go back tonight. But just if you follow me, you'll know I'm live, and then we can finish the conversation. Yeah, because what happens is I'm gonna continue it on YouTube. See, YouTube, you can come on YouTube because like the place I'm going to, my headset blocks out the background noise for YouTube. It does not black. I don't know why TikTok don't do that, but TikTok picks up every scratch, every breath, and So if I go in with talking to you, you won't hear that. You'll hear all the music and laughing and kids playing, but my YouTubers don't hear anything. Yeah. So
now you have AirPods now?
now I have like a headset with a mic. Yeah, but I don't have it on. I'm talking through the phone because if I wore my headsets, I could hear you, but you couldn't hear me. You couldn't hear me through a microphone. But for some reason, the microphone don't work on TikTok. It works on YouTube. It just acts as regular headsets. The microphone does not work on TikTok at all. I tried, it doesn't work, but YouTube is lit.
I'll be on the lookout for the next time you go live.
Yeah, so maybe tonight, maybe, but tomorrow for sure.
Alrighty.
All right, so it's nice talking to you, even though it's actually good. It was a good conversation. It wasn't bad. But it's the same way. Like the same way you like, wow, I talk to somebody sensible who acknowledges himself as FBA. Well, you're on the opposite end. Most people come over here that's from the island or Africa. They rude and snappy and disrespectful and calling names. So yeah, it's both ways.
Okay, I'll research before I come back to you.
Yeah. Look, the more research you do, the more you're gonna appreciate what I know off the top of my head. See, cause like you don't know how to value it yet, but once you dig in stuff, you're like, oh, that's what he's talking about. Oh, yeah, oh, that's what he's talking about. Like, cause I know a lot, but it's hard to like evaluate that when you don't know, when you don't value it. You don't know how valuable it is in history.
You don't understand the depths.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of FBAs don't understand it, and that's why they be chimping out. But if they was to tap in and learn and listen and humble themselves, then we would have a better image nationally and internationally. All right, so I'm logging off TikTok. Nice speaking with you, and I'm gonna probably play some videos on YouTube. Right, yeah. Thank you. Have a great one. All right. Yeah, we're gonna go in now. Okay, wait, my Yugi, wait, my Yugi. Okay, let me get this popping. So hopefully I was heard on YouTube. I'm not even sure I was heard on YouTube, but that's how you have a sensible conversation. I was strong. I was a little too strong, but I was strong, and I was strong without calling her names. I didn't say nothing. You dig? I was able to carry a conversation and represent FBA excellence. You see that? You can be strong and to the point and truthful without being disrespectful, without being toxic. Like every time she like did listen to me, I made that known. Like, hey, you're not listening. I don't gotta cuss her out. You dig? And that's how. But people, come on, man. Like people got agendas. Like some people who say FBA just got agendas. You just got to know that they got agenda. That's why they talk the way they talk. They have agendas. Some of them are agents, man. Some are straight agents to make us look horrible. Why would we voluntarily be targeted by the FBI or the feds? But yeah, the way you talk, the way you respond, yeah, you be added to a list as a HATE group. Yeah, that's true. So why would we voluntarily like that's something like you would want them to like sneak up on us? Like we just knocking down points and they snuck up on us with this surveillance. People are putting themselves the mafia, like the mafia bosses didn't want to wear flashy clothes and wear and like drive fancy cars because they didn't want to bring attention to themselves. They didn't want to be investigated. We out here, we're calling people a tether simply because they just disagree. They didn't say anything undermining. They didn't say anything to you. I know I play those videos on my channel. I used to watch, I used to do reactions. I won't ever play those videos ever again. All those toxic FBAs, they'll never get no shine on my channel ever again. But I gave y'all a case in point. I gave y'all these folks are just arguing because they're just mean spirited. They ain't trying to make no point. There's no takeaways. There's no learning lesson. It's just toxic. It's just toxicity. You guys know that. You just support that behavior. It's all good. No problem. But I'm gonna keep doing what I do because there's 50 million of us. There's got to be 300, 400, 1.4, 4,000 of us who appreciates what I'm saying. I know there's people who don't. They just want toxicity to go there. I don't speak to them. But there got to be 4,000 people that I could find that are tapping over here, 10,000 FBAs who likes this type of approach. So I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing until I attract that crowd over here. And then I go live. We 4,000 deep. We 400 deep, 40,000. That's my goal. I don't want the toxic people. I'm not apologizing. I'm not kidding nobody. My goal is to attract the sensible FBAs who like this approach over here. who are more educational, less toxic. They don't chimp out. That's what I'm trying to attract. And if I gotta get rid of people to do that, then please just unsubscribe. Like, make sure you don't get no notifications. But I screenshot it, by the way. I screenshotted people on those toxic channels. I got you. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'm watching y'all. I'm like, oh, this is what they want. I'm screenshotting folks that's in those toxic channels commenting. I got you. I got you. I got you. I see y'all. I'm like, yeah, I can't associate with them. I can't rock with them. How the hell you listen to me and listen to that? They just call each other names and tether this, tether that. No substance, no takeaways at all. And folks are over there 300, 400, 500 deep. So I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's up. All right, stay there. Stay there. You dig? Stay there. Cause you're not welcome back over here because we're completely opposites. If that's what you into, stay there. Okay. I'm gonna make sure you stay there because I'll start to block some of those people. Took their wrench and blocked them. Like, yeah, stay over there because when that dry out, it's gonna dry out. Cause we're gonna get tired of toxicity. We're gonna get tired of chimping out. We're gonna want some sensible stuff. Already blocked. That name is blocked. No, sir. No, ma'am. It's either black excellence or it's nothing. That's it. It's black excellence or it's nothing. I'm not compromising. I'm not catering. I'm not negotiating. It's black excellence or nothing. And I told y'all, if I'm boycotting, it's permanent, or I ain't involved. I ain't involved in nothing temporary. This is either the behavior or it's not. You dig? And don't be involved in a boycott if you ain't gonna stand. You know what I mean? Like, if you know you enjoy those stores and what they offer, then don't join the boycott. Like, why get caught and be exposed? I'm gonna keep it straight real. I'm not joining every boycott. No, you get down. Especially if they're not permanent. I'm not joining no temporary boycotts. Those are embarrassing. If you want respect and make a statement, you will make that a permanent boycott. You would say, I ain't never going there. And now I could use them as an example. So, like, let's say if another community is being disrespectful, you can say, hey, remember what happened to the other community? You remember, you know we don't support them at all, right? You know it's zero. You want that? All right, then stop chipping out then. Stop chipping out. You know what I mean? That's how you send a message to never go back. And if you do go back, it's on your terms. It's because they say, all right, look, we're gonna hire y'all. We're gonna hire some of y'all in our businesses, right? Because we're sorry for what we did. Yeah, we were blah 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 blah. We apologize, and we're gonna show our appreciation by hiring, your youth to work in our stores. That would be a dope end game. To now the boycott worked. We got an apology, and they felt compelled to include us into their businesses. Now we're learning the game. You feel me? I don't see what's so hard about that. What's so difficult about that? That's the type of boycott I want. I don't want no part-time boycott. I'm a full-time worker only. I had a sister coming on. I want to come on TikTok. I'm sorry, since I didn't invite you on. I knew I was getting off. You dig? It's 6:25. We're gonna walk up in there in about 10 minutes. I'm gonna potty with y'all a little bit. Then I'm gonna go inside and I'm gonna play a video. Cause Tariq had some interesting discussions with some Haitians and Jamaican, so I'm waiting to have those discussions with what he was experiencing. But yeah, man, that dialogue I had with her was great. And guess what? I didn't give nobody an excuse to not hear us out. I stood on 1,000. You're not black. You're not black. Yeah, you sound like you cool, but you ain't black. I stood on 1,000. Oh, you use it interchangeably? No, I don't. I say black racially. I made that very clear. Black racially and black ethnically. You dig? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, you gotta wait, dude. You keep doing that, you're not gonna go in. Yeah. So there's no soul leader. There's no SOLE leader, but there is SOUL leaders. And I'm one of them. And I'm representing black excellence. You dig? Oh, thanks for the super chat. $20 super chat. For all you do, this WC. Thank you very much. And I'm about to mess up your name. One up, one power in you. One you. Yeah, I had your name at one point on a money. Great Black. And they said she not bright. We got another super chat from Dominic Hudson. Appreciate for you. Thank you. I see. That's a. And yeah, I was telling the guy that. So a guy was asking me how many subs I got. I say, bro, I don't get into the subs. 80,000 ones. I get into supporters. What's the point of having 80,000 subs and nobody supports you at all? Nobody's with you, no donations, nothing. Or what's the difference? Look, what's the difference of me having 80,000 subs and let's say I get 100 donation dollars, support a week, or I got 5,000 subs and I get the same 100 a week. It's like, yo, the subs don't matter. It's the same money. Actually, it's more money when it's the 5,000 subs. That means that when you divide that 100 to 100 week to 5,000, that means the average person is paying more, like maybe 20 cents, as opposed to the 80,000 for $100 per week. That might be one cent each person. You dig? Like I told sis, I said, sis, I spend a lot of money on content regardless, right? Then I spend a lot of money on thumbnails. I got Microsoft. I pay Microsoft. I ain't tell you that. I got Microsoft Office. I got a monthly subscription. So I don't have I got a monthly subscription. I pay for Adobe. So this is before. So before somebody money touched my pockets, so much stuff is getting paid off. And then I got gas. I'm always driving. I'm in the car now. Got gas. Got to get gas. You feel me? So much money got to be donated just to keep expenses costs low for me before I even benefit from a dollar my damn self. I mean, we all drive, right? I got car insurance. So if I got a $200 donation, from like, let's say, four people, they each sent $50, that's going to car insurance, most likely. That ain't going to a lifestyle. That's paying some bills. Or that's I got a discount on rent. You feel me? That's going to a bill. So yeah, so the 80,000 subs, that don't matter. It's about who is rocking with you, who believe in you, who's always there to support you. Make sure your head is high, because some of you guys might say something I disagree with. But guess what? I don't chimp out, because I'm like, yo, she's here every live. He's here every live. Like they deserved that opinion. You feel me? I can't get mad. I disagree, but they hear almost every live. I ain't gonna chimp out on y'all. I'm gonna chimp out on the person who ain't here often and they got that controversial opinion. I'm gonna chimp out on that person. I'm gonna go ape. But my folks who support me, man, and always here, thick and thin, and, you know, because a lot of times I look down and look, it don't matter. When I say it doesn't matter, 13 people, 130, 1,300. When I see people engage and appreciate the conversation, like that makes me feel good about what I just did. You feel me? I'm like, all right, damn, all right. I feel good because I feel like I said something that could have motivated somebody or encouraged somebody, or because I have people tell me, hey man, I borrow your. I had people tell me, they say, yo, I take your arguments and I give them to they got their own channel. They say, hey, I take your arguments and I use your arguments to my channel. Yeah, you know, that's dope. I'm not one of those people to say he got it from me. No, go out because I believe it's the truth and it needs to be heard. You dig? So if you go viral, if you become the guy, just give me a little shout out. You dig? Give me a little shout, like how Tariq give Neely Foley Jr. and Dr. Kress and Dr. Claw, all those guys, just shout outs for how they helped mold him. Yeah, same thing. If something I'm saying helped you level up and argue and debate and cook and become popular in your inner circles, yeah, just a little shout out. Little shout out be good. Little shout out. Little shout out be good. Yeah, so for me, people pulling up, liking a video, that's the best donation you can get. After that will be obviously Cash App, Super Chat. But the best donation that's worth the most is people showing up because and liking the button. Because if I had to choose, hey, I'm Baz Ron, you want $100 per live and nobody's there listening to you, or do you want no money and 100 people listen to you? I'm gonna take the 100 people. You dig? I'm gonna take the 100 people every time. No money, 100 people over $100 and nobody listen. No, I won't be motivated. I'll move on to something else. Man, I'm like really struggling with chess, like leveling up. Shit pissing me off, man. I'm like really struggling to level up on chess. World Chatter says, "Have a good day and thank you for sharing knowledge. I appreciate it and the learning experience." Yeah, okay. So that is a perfect opportunity. Paul Game, I see you, Donnie. That's a perfect Khalid Chambliss. Yeah, that's a perfect way to end this show and start a new one. So yeah, so let me end this show now. Then while I'm in there watching him play, I'm gonna start a new show where I'm doing reactions. I don't want to blend. I had a dope live right here, had a dope go back and forth with the sister. Of course, I'm gonna make that an isolated video by itself. But yeah, I don't want to tie it to what I'm gonna do next. So the next, I'm gonna just do reactions. I'm gonna play. Tariq was arguing with some mean spirited Haitians and Jamaicans. So I'm gonna play those videos for the duration while he's playing around. All right, family. So yeah, so lock in if you're available a little later, and we good. We are good. And you see my Hawks. You see my Hawks. If y'all don't know, I was no, I'm saying not Hawks. You see my Wizards. I'm Trey Young, by the way. And that's my favorite player. If y'all go to my Instagram, you will see a Trey Young. Um, he's the only basketball player on my wall, and it's old. Matter of fact, let me see how old it is. Because people mad like, oh man, you got Trey Young, Ant Davis, SARS, and AJ DeBonsa, who I think is a modern day Michael Jordan. Some of y'all might be like, oh man, bandwagon. No sir, no sir. Let me show you my date. This Trey Young. Well, first of all, he's a Hawk, right? The Trey Young photo I got on my IG. So let's just make that clear. He's a Hawk. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all the date. But I've been following Trey Young since high school. So my favorite players always been guards. So it was Damon Stoudemire, Allen Iverson, um, It was I'm trying to think. Oh, Mark Price. Mark Price. Um, I was always a small guard fan. So Mark Price, Damon Stoudemire, Allen Iverson, Stephen Curry, Trae Young. That's it. That's it. Okay. Okay. So my second picture besides myself on my IG is Trae Young. All right. So I'm gonna give you how the date of this picture. This is 2020. This is before the pandemic, before the nation was shut down. I uploaded this picture. I want y'all to before I get off. Before I get off, so y'all know I ain't a bandwagon. Okay, before I get off. hmm Right there. Okay. Trae Young, what that date say? February 23rd, 2020. All right. So that's 6 years ago. All right. So I've been a Trae Young fan, okay, since because when Golden State got popping, well I'm sorry. Let me back up. It was Mark Price, Damon Stoudemire, Allen Iverson, and then that's had the guy in my who was it? I just had the name. Man, who was the player? I just had the guy in my name. It was in my head. I got it. I got it. Mark Price. No. Yeah, Mark Price, Damon Stoudemire, Allen Iverson, Monte Ellis. And then Curry, because they played in the same team, Curry rookie years with Monte Ellis, and McGahee, and then Trae Young. Monte Ellis was my guy when he played for the what was it, Nuggets, and yeah, it was Monte. But I was always a fan of an electrifying um small guard who can shoot. Kyrie's nice, but he can't shoot like the guys I named. Like Curry's shot is good. It's not like Mark Price. If y'all know Mark Price, y'all know that boy lights it up. Stephen Curry, Trae Young, you dig? Damon Stoudemire, yeah, y'all know they lit it up. Now Kyrie is better than Damon Stoudemire, but Damon Stoudemire, his early years, he was cooking. But let you know, I don't be lying, family. I keep it real. That Trae Young. So I'm a player fan. I'm not really a team fan because teams ain't loyal. Like they would trade your best player so fast, and just for a makeover, a Jimmy Jones makeover, I'm good. So nah. So I like players and I follow my players. In the NFL, I love a lot of people, but my favorite quarterback is Patrick Mahomes. And my number two, it's hard to say number two, but I'm really liking the Bears quarterback. So the Bears quarterback, he might be my number two quarterback. I root for him very hardly. But I love Eagles quarterback. I love a lot of guys. You dig? I love a lot of guys out there. Um, who else? Who else? Who else? Who else? I used to root for Kaepernick when he was playing, like before the whole kneel down thing. I used to love watching Kaepernick play. Oh, I like Justin Fields. He been catching tough breaks. He been hopping on sorry teams. Excuse me, hopping on sorry teams. Trying to make the best of them. But he hasn't got lucky where a star quarterback went down permanently, like the Colts, like how the Colts quarterback went down, and then people got over there. That'd have been Justin Fields. That would have been a big opportunity. I'm hoping that he get lucky where when a good team goes down, he's the backup, and the quarterback is out. Unfortunately, he's out third week. and Justin Fields come in for the remainder for the next 14 games, where he could prove himself with that team, I think he'll do good. He's been unfortunate. He's been hopping on booty teams, struggling teams. Jets was atrocious. But yeah, man, it's a couple quarterbacks I like. I like the Green Bay quarterback. I like who else? Who else? Oh, of course, Lamar Jackson. Who else? Who else? I like who else is out there? Oh, how about to say Houston? The Titans quarterback. I like him, the young boy, rookie. Yeah, 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 man. So you know, but man, I'm really high on the basketball. I like Lamelo Ball. Um, so Lamelo Ball might be my next favorite player. I like Kate Cunningham too, but I slightly like Lamelo Ball a little better. So I like Lamelo Ball. Like I love Kate Cunningham, but I'm more of a Lamelo Ball fan. So I'm Trey Young, Lamelo Ball. So I'm Curry, Trey Young, Lamelo Ball. But in order, I got Trey Young and Lamelo Ball over everybody else. You dig? So I got Trey Young number one. I got Lamelo Ball number two. And I'm so glad that Lamelo Ball is playing with Anthony Edwards. I hope the Timberwolves are not done acquiring players because they're gonna need some more players over there. But if they get the right lineup, really just need a power forward because you got Lamelo like 6'7" point guard. You got Edwards like 6'5", 6'6". You got Jaden Daniels like 6'8", 6'9". He got so much promise. You got Gobert, who's going to go crazy with Lamelo Ball as a lobber, but the power forward is going to be the issue. So I got to figure out who's the power forward. But that team has a chance. So really, NBA wise, I'm hoping it's the Wizards Trey versus Lamelo in the finals. That's what I got. I got the Wizards versus the Timberwolves in the finals, and I got Trey Young to pull it off because I believe AJ. I think he's like African, but I don't care. The dude is highly skilled. And matter of fact, Kate Cunningham, the guard they drafted, they traded up for is ridiculous. But he'll come off the bench most likely. But he's exciting. He's much watched TV. But I believe that the Wizards picking AJ. I truly believe with that squad they could find themselves in the finals. Now, of course, they got to beat the Knicks. The Knicks are tough, but they can find themselves in the finals with that team they have. That team is, to me, that team is that good. Yeah, but man, she felt like I was snappy, but she took it well. I respect her, and I was kind of snappy, but again, it wasn't because I'm mad. It came off like that. I was snappy because I'm pressed for time. I'm seeing the time. I'm seeing like, damn, and I'm like nowhere near where I should be. So I'm like getting annoyed by myself, not even her, but the questions she was asking or statements, and I did get annoyed at some things she'll just speak over. She wouldn't speak to my points, and I don't think that's respectful. And most people don't know how to do that. So when she says something, I will address what she said. I say something, she don't address it. She just say something else, like something like revenue, but she was way more genuine than revenue. But people don't understand. But FBAs do that too. Like you understand, yo, that's disrespectful. If I say something, if you got no rebuttal and you don't want to speak to it, just say, okay, I hear you. Like seal up that conversation. I got you. Okay, I respect that. And then that point is over. We move on. But if you speak again, I'm gonna feel like that point was missed because you didn't acknowledge it, you didn't address it, you didn't, you know what I mean? You got to speak to what I just said or say, I feel you. I got you. I understand completely where you're coming from. And then that is closed. Now, next point. You can't let somebody talk and you just say something else and don't acknowledge that. That's not how you communicate properly. You dig? Anyway, let me hop off this so I can start my new show where I'm playing some Tariq. I'm gonna react on some Tariq stuff. You dig it? Yeah, Mark Price. yeah. Chris Styles, he's showing your age. Yeah, man. Mark Price, man. Mark Price. Mark Price, that dude. Yeah, and by the way, family, I'm also not tripping on my channel because, like, I have a goal for my channel. You feel me? And I have not met, like, the things I plan to do, I didn't do yet. I'm like 4 months behind. So my goal was like August, September. So it's 4 months behind. So now it's looking like December, January. But family, I have a goal. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so I don't care if there's 12 people, 120. I have a goal. And once I meet that goal, you're gonna see the channel be completely different. Okay, trust me. I'm not worried about the numbers right now. Now, when I get to my goal and the numbers are low, I might be concerned. Like, all right, well, okay, let me revamp. But I haven't got to my goal yet, family. I haven't. Okay, haven't. So, because like I said, I'm 4 months behind. I got a major setback. But I get to my goal, like the whole podcast is gonna be different. I'm gonna be stationary. My camera gonna be on most of the time. You feel me? Like, so I got a goal. Like I know what I need to do to maximize like my channel and my subscription and viewership. And right now I'm not doing that. So I don't mind the low numbers. I'm not doing what I need to do because it's too early. I got a date where I'm gonna do it. And it was supposed to be August, September, a major setback. Now it's like December, January. You feel me? That's just where it is right now. You dig? So I'm cool. I'm chilling. I love TikTok because they be pulling up, family. They be pulling up. So maybe I lost my steam on YouTube because folks chimped out on me. But TikTok, as you can see, I don't know, man. That might be for me. I might mess around. Had like 5,000 live viewers on TikTok. It's looking like a nice home for me. All right, family. I'm out of here for now. I'm gonna come back on with my